Dude, you got $106 from Pinocchio?
I think I remember that. There was one day, 1 or 2 streams where just tons of donate.
Hello, it's that time again. It's the RFK Tech USA live stream. It's the most anticipated show every week. Well, maybe not so, but for most people, for some people. But here we go. We got Weasel in the house, and we got Zero Cool, and we got Austin in the house, and the big YouTuber SMT. Yeah. Hello, guys. How you doing? How was that intro there? You got to come in with a bang and a crack.
Sound like a WWE announcer. Let's get rid of that.
What's good with it?
Yeah, in this corner we got SMT with a 0 TKO. Undefeated.
I don't take no L's, dog.
No L's for sure. For sure. All right, well, let's see who's in the house. In the live stream here, in the chat. Okay, so here we go. Let's see. First off, I want to say thank you, everybody. So far, the donations on the channel so far has been $277.61. And I want to thank everybody. And as you see down the bottom in the ticker, it kind of shows who's been donating. And the number one donator to the channel is my hater, Pinocchio. That's right. Uh-oh. What is that? Looking for the phone? What are you doing there, Austin? Oh, geez. Hopefully my scanner is not too loud. It sounds like it's kind of loud. And also, thank you for the channel members, Jason, Baby Yoda, Carlos Tech, and Weasel. We got Borgranta here. It was an hour-long Amazon Luna gaming stream that nuked a ton of data. He was talking about his data. He was talking about data hogs in the beginning there. So, oh yeah. Here's a public service announcement. C-band is 4 gigahertz to 8 gigahertz. S-band is 2 gigahertz to 4 gigahertz. Band 41 is 2.5 gigahertz. Band 30 is 2.3. Band 66, 2.1. Band 48, 3.5. And 77, 3.7 and 3.4. And say no to C-band. It's fake. It's really S-band. There's your public service announcement. How do you like that? Hello, Manny. How you doing, buddy? We got Redbeard here. Yeah, it's almost time. We got Weasel, Zero Cool, SMT, and Austin. Mike's is here. He's looking forward to a full live stream, 3 hours long. All right. I got to turn this volume down on my camera here. My neighbor's diesel truck is like booming through there. All right. Let's see. And we got... The intro should be done by 9 p.m. Oh, bad Ricky. Should talk about carriers' false advertising and showing 5G on phones when it's connected to something like Band 2, laughing out loud. Yes, we're going to talk about some of that. We're going to talk about N48. Is it real 5G or not real 5G? So we're going to talk about that. And we're going to talk about deception and lies tonight. And we got a new person in the game of deception and lies. Can anybody guess who that is? It's not just T-Mobile. It's ATT is joining the deception and lies tonight. TomTom's here. TJ's here. Need better phones for N48. iPhone does the S22 ready for it. Yeah, they're all ready for it. Yeah, so that's good. I best not hear any effing skunk-a-doodle-doos, I swear. Skunk-a-doodle-doo, PU. There you go. Hello, I'm a data hog. I eat tons of data, over 200 gigabytes on AT&T Unlimited Max. Walmart, $45. Nice. Mike's here. Does anyone in the chat know the short code for Metro T-Mobile for the ring timer? I want my phone to ring for 5 to 10 seconds before it routes to voicemail. Maybe we'll get somebody that can look that up for us tonight there. Oh my God, it's Caesar the Mall Cop. Yeez, Ricky is live again. Again. Yeah, you gotta pronounce that right. All right, Anthony's here. Orange Man back. Orange Man? Well, I don't get it. All right. I enjoy Ricky live streams. Well, good. Yeah. Well, hey, you need to get your bank card out there that's overcharged. Well, you probably can't donate tonight because it's probably overdraft. Yeah, probably so. AT&T and laugh loud. They added 5G Plus to the coverage map and it's beyond inaccurate. FCC should punish them. Oh, I think we should punish the freaking FCC for all their lies and deception. Oh my God, you guys are going to get me all riled up tonight.
Tom, I just posted a comment. I found this online real quick, so that should be the short
code. There you go.
More so a long code, but lets you do a 5, 10, 15, or 30-second delay before it hits your voicemail.
Nice. Thank you, Reezel. Awesome. And we got Austin back. There you go. And there's the code there. I'll post it right there for you. Thank you, Wesley. Do not lie. Yeah, T-Mobile, AT&T, do not lie. FCC, don't lie. FAA, don't lie. Thanks, Wes. I'll try that. Okay. My son. Okay.
Oh, snap.
Oh, snap. That's crazy. And there's Baby Yoda in the house. We are live and direct. It's your boy, always real, never fake, RFK Tech USA baby in the building. Join the channel member. Hit the join button, the get members only button. Don't get skunk button. Don't get baboozle, raccoon, and rabied, and all that kind of button.
Who do you think I was
How'd you like
using
that?
as cellular? Who do you think I was using as cellular provider just a little bit ago?
Probably Skunky.
You think Skunky? I'm gonna
Probably.
See what the chat,
I don't know.
I'm gonna see what the chat thinks before I reveal who it actually
Yeah,
was.
I mean, if you're where there's no N77, it can possibly be there, you know. Because we do know Verizon has got some capacity issues where there's no upgrades yet, but they're coming. They're coming. We have to be patient, Grasshopper. If you've been patient for 5G with T-Mobile for 2 years, you can be patient with real 5G from Verizon. In all honesty, who is going to punish the FCC?
77. No one. No one.
No one. Oh, no. Oh, boy. There we go. Here's our hashtag for tonight. Be honest. That's right. Ricky, the Skunk-a-doodle-doo gave me a headache. Stop from... Oh, my God.
Oh, shit.
They're killing me here. That's crazy. All right, so what's been going on? I watched your live stream last night, SMT, and oh, my God, you were so fired up. You were on the MIMO bandwagon. You sounded just like me, man. You were just like...
Ricky, you were
effing them up.
Facts, though? Was I spitting the facts?
You were preaching. I was in that back pew there just screaming, hallelujah, amen, my brother.
Loud enough for the folks in the back to hear, please.
That's right. Oh, they heard me. Oh, I was cheering, man.
He could even be heard through a nice snow band in Ohio. It was that loud. He was cheering.
Oh, so hey, yeah. Did you get any snow yet, SMT?
Yeah, we got the flurs going on right now.
Oh, you got the flurs? Oh, okay. Well, we don't get the flurs here in Florida.
No, we get the snowbirds in Florida.
Yeah, we get plenty of snowbirds. Yeah, speaking of birds, pretty soon we're going to have bluebirds in space.
Oh, no.
Oh,
damn. Yeah, bluebirds in space. Yeah. Yeah, speaking of that, let's talk about some bluebirds in the space. Let's see. Okay, yeah, there we go. Oh, I got to share. I got to get this here. Bonk. There we go. Oh, it's not working. Add to stream. Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Everybody on the side. All right, there you go. Okay, so here we go. AST Space Mobile. As you guys know already, the Blue Walker 3 satellite was launched. This is what it looks like, right? Here. This is what it looks like. When that thing was folded out, that thing's like huge. It's like ginormous. You can fit about 6 Volvizis inside that.
Oh, damn.
That's how big this bitch is. Yes. So it's a successful launch. They got it all opened up. The antenna's on the bottom, facing down. And as you see in this picture, this kind of like this. Here, let's see this picture right here. This kind of shows you see those little white dots? Those are people that's on Skunky that can't get no service and they need help because their car broke down and they call for a tow truck. So each one of the little white dot is the Skunky customers, and now they can communicate through the satellite, and then they can get some help. Now that shows you it's using the phased array antenna with the beam forming, and so each one of those antenna modules of the beam forming can actually pinpoint each phone down there on the ground. It's pretty impressive. It's being tested right now. And if you want to go outside at night and see this thing in the morning or the evening when the sun hits it, it lights it up almost as bright as the International Space Station. Because right now, the International Space Station is the biggest thing in the sky that's floating around out there. And this Blue Walker 3 is the second biggest. Now, when they test this and it's successful, they're going to launch 100 bluebirds. That's what they're going to call them. They're going to be bluebirds. They're going to be twice as big as the test one here, twice as big. And that's going to be pretty close to the size of the space station. So if you want to look at this thing, this is what you got to do. You go to this site here, Heavens Above. Here, I'll post a link in here for you guys so you can click on it whenever you want. And you pick over here on this side over here, you pick your latitude. You click on this where it says, well, the mouse ain't going up. I hate this mouse. It doesn't go up. Well, anyways, you can see the Latin longitude up. You click the Latin longitude up there. You select your location. And then you go and you click on Blue Walker 3 right here. See, it says Blue Walker 3 new. You click on that. And then it will show you the times it's flying over. So you find a date and you find a time. This is the time it starts. And then the time when it ends. And I've actually watched this go across the sky 3 times already in the morning before sunrise. So it's nice. Pretty impressive. You can actually watch it fly over. It went right between the Mars and the moon. See, if you click right here, this is the altitude, how high up. So the high degree numbers is the one you want to catch. So it's 48 degrees. The 48, 36, the 44, the lower numbers, 10, 12, those are like on the horizon, so you won't see them very good. But like this one right here, November 16th. And then you click on this and see here's Mars. And then here's the moon. Well, the other day it came right through here. It went right between. Well, my mouse is not even matched up here. So when I'm pointing the shit with my mouse, it's not even. That's weird how it just does that. But anyways, it come between Mars and moon right here. So it's pretty cool. So if you guys want to catch this thing, this is history. This is the first satellite to cell phone thing that's ever been made. So that's what you can see there. What do you think about that there, Weasel? Weasel.
Sorry,
what do you think about Blue Walker 3?
Sorry, I had a call.
Oh, you got a call. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention for a few minutes there.
Oh, no problem.
Heard bits and pieces.
And this computer's taking off like a jet.
Oh?
Yeah, my fans are all the way up because I'm working on I'm actually exporting a video for tomorrow while in
awesome,
RFK's live stream. So it's
nice.
At 91 FPS.
Nice. Yeah, everybody subscribe to Austin's channel. Let's get him up to 1K subs. Yes, and he won the $50 on the anniversary live stream too. I got to get that to you too.
You know the funny thing about that? I forgot to tell you that story. So I literally woke up from a nap 20 minutes prior, and I tuned into your live stream and won $50. I woke
That's
up
amazing.
And won $50. I don't know. That must have
That's
been
a good day.
Draw. yeah, it was.
That's the luck of the day right there. So yeah, and also congratulations to Zero Cool for winning the headphones. Yeah, I haven't sent them yet too, dear buddy. I know you're really missing them, but I'll get them up to you. You can put them things in there when you're working on your stuff up there on your new mission.
You can listen to.
And what do you think about the Blue Walker 3 satellite there, Mr. SMT?
Pretty
Big
cool
YouTuber.
feature, bro. That seems to be like the new frontier is satellite services. I mean, I remember when satellite was it was TV, right? And
yeah, it was a sat TV, yeah.
Yep, and then all of a sudden Elon comes into the fold. He starts talking about home internet, right?
Yep.
And now we're looking at cellular connectivity from space. So, just another thing to put to good use. I mean, you're putting up all these satellites into orbit, you might as well get multi-use out of it, do other things with it.
That's
get people
right.
Connected, whether it's like SOS emergency or if it's even primary connectivity. It's all good in my book, man. Let it ride.
Absolutely so. What do you think
me,
there,
I'm a
Zero
lover of
Cool?
technology, man, so let it ride, bro.
Oh, yeah, me too. What do you think, Zero Cool, of this AST Blue Walker 3 satellite?
So I think, AST is very good. They have a lot of patents per se that like SpaceX and doesn't have, and they have a more successful launch rate than Blue Origin, right? And the thing about
snap.
ACT Blue Space Mobile is that they had the the 3GPP standards for cellular connectivity, right? They're at the forefront, in my opinion, to provide that, and it's amazing, And what's even better is the actual, not necessarily like the cost of the satellite itself, but the cost of operations that they're doing and be able to launch is a lot less than SpaceX. They're able to and also use the Nokia, like Ricky is showing on the screen, to use the Nokia radio technologies. So they have that vendor Nokia, meaning, they're doing the trials, they're doing the configurations, they're doing the testing, they're doing the baseline testing, right? So this is what's needed, and this is just going to take us into the next frontier. I'm very passionate about AST. Space Mobile, the Blue Walker 3 satellite, and they're just going to launch way more Blue Walker satellites. Imagine like what the 4 and 5 can do. You're talking about triple
the Bluebirds. That's what's coming after this test unit.
Right. So like triple capacity. The Bluebirds. They're able to launch multiple satellites with multiple antenna arrays. Right. So full phased array. It's going to be completely amazing, and I'm really excited what they're going to do. With their Bluebirds, as they say. So this is a great step forward, and I'm glad this company is making things happen. So
awesome. What do you think, Air Weasel?
I think it's pretty sweet, no doubt. Like they were saying, use the satellites to their full capability.
That's awesome. Yeah, right now, of course, if you watch Carlos's channel, he was testing the Apple version of this that's connected through Globalstar. And so you got Globalstar right here is partnered up with Apple. And now you can connect your phone already to the SOS feature and all that. So it's actually there. Of course, on their website, it doesn't say anything about that yet, but let's see if it says it on the news here. Where's the news here? Oh, they don't have a news section. Oh, I guess this is the news section. Oh, well, yeah, maybe their blog. The B-log, yeah. Let's see, they do asset tracking already. Let's see if it mentions the Apple deal here anywhere. So let's see. No, don't see no Apple stuff. But they're already doing lots of stuff like oil field workers, cargo ships, all kinds of stuff already. So Globalstar is actually doing pretty good. And their satellites operate on 1.6 gigahertz. In the which band?
I already know the band. I'm waiting for someone else.
L band. That's right, an L band. Anthony says it got 106 down and 20 up on Verizon N77 next to the local high school here. It was during the school rush this morning. Tested here before it got over 300. Oh, snap. He's actually saying they've gotten some congestion already. Well, I mean, that's all possible. You got to remember, it's only 60 megahertz of spectrum. Wait till there's 200 megahertz on there, and then wait until they get the N48 added on every single tower site, too.
Yeah, so
that's going to be
a quick comment on L-band. So you guys know how your GPS, get your GPS signal from
right
on your phone. That's the same. It's this adjacent frequency, right? It's L-band.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's correct.
This connectivity, especially that the Bluebirds are going to do, you can have as much coverage as what your GPS signal would provide. That frequency is absolutely
true.
Absolutely perfect for mobile connectivity. They really hit the sweet spot, and I prefer you know, L-band 1.6 over a 2 gigahertz,
Yep.
you know, S-band because like basically it's a lower in frequency, and it's at the point to where your propagation again is going to work. You know, the signaling, the modulation, the QAM is just perfect at that frequency. So basically, when you're pushing a lot of data through, you know, just 1 gigahertz, you know, 1.5 gigahertz kind of deal, you're really getting the full effect on the downstream. You know, right? So I can't wait. It's gonna be amazing to see this happen.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, everybody's mad at Elon. Oh boy, everybody's mad at Elon. Well, y'all know I'm already mad at Elon when I exposed this damn Starlink fuckery. Yeah, we'll say that. I don't say that too often, but yeah, it was. Is only Verizon doing N48? Nope, there's many other carriers. But remember, N48 is unlicensed. A portion of it is unlicensed. So any carrier can deploy it. But the only thing is, if somebody has the PAL license, which they actually get the auction license, they get a certain percentage of the frequencies that they can use, and they can bump everybody else off. So, but they can't use the whole band, so they can only use a small portion of it. So 17 in the live and only 8 likes. Oh my God. Yeah, we got to get some likes here. Yeah, for sure. All right. So let's take a look at something else. What are we going to look at next here? Oh, let's just dive right on into the N48 equipment here. Okay. So let's look at this. So AirConnect has made this new device here. It's called the AirConnect BEC 8231. This unit is 3GPP release 16 compliant. That's right. So it is release 16 compliant. And it is also ready for 5G NR. So this is an official device that can do the NR, the N48 versus just a regular band 48, which we know had some limitations, as it had limitations of 20 megahertz channels. And, you know, I think it was 4 carrier aggregation is all you could do maximum. So this is really going to help a lot here. So this has got 5 carrier aggregation on NR. It's got 4x4 MIMO, which is the same standard as the old LTE stuff. But you got to remember, band 48 is a low power band, so you're limited on power. So you really can't use beamforming very well with low power because it just, the spectral efficiency ain't good enough. So basically this is going to be good for indoor coverage and outdoor coverage, and for small cells. And private businesses will be buying this unit here too, and they're going to be putting it up. Like if you got a warehouse, you could put these all through outside your warehouse and inside your warehouse, and then you can have band 48 in your whole warehouse, and you have it's going to work much better than Wi-Fi. It's going to be a really good system. And then you got
this kind of looks like
IP68
gear though. This almost looks like something you stick on your rooftop.
Yep.
For fixed wireless access.
Well, yeah, that's what this also does too. It also does fixed wireless access as well. But you can actually but you have to have 2 of these. You know, if you're sending this out to your home, you have to have one of these up to beam it out to the other people's house. So if you put this up on a small cell, and then you can use actually one of these also as your equipment in your house. You can mount this on a pole outside your house, aim this towards your closest thing, and then you can connect this into your house and everything. So yeah, it's pretty good, pretty cool equipment here.
Is that integrated antenna and radio?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see right here on the back here.
Yeah, on the back side, yeah.
And it's dual polarization too. That's why it's kind of tilted like it is like that. So it's dual polarization. And then in the back, you can see the radio in there.
So the cool thing about the dual polarization, you got your, vertical and horizontal, right? So you have it in like pretty much in all directions. So you're able to face that antenna anywhere. And the cool, and I'm hoping the cool part about the MIMO technology, advanced MIMO, is 5G beamforming, so that you'll be able to bounce that off buildings, structures, stuff like
Yeah.
that. So
It
this
will
is
have a little bit of beamforming, but it's only 4x4, so
yeah,
it's not
better
going
than
to be
nothing.
as effective as
Better than
64x64. But yeah, you're right. It's better
Better than
than nothing, and you're limited with your power. I mean, look at your power. You know, and your gain on your antenna is only 15 dB, so you
I can
can't
see
have a
this
high
in, like,
dB
lot
gain
of,
antenna.
I can see this like a lot of like in-building solutions in like stadiums and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
they have two versions of this unit. There's an indoor version, and there's an outdoor version. So there's two different versions. So you can deploy this stuff. So carriers can deploy this, private businesses can deploy this, warehouses. So it's kind of like a dual purpose. And it's set up for 5G NR, 3GPP Release 16 compliant, and it's standalone capable. So you can actually build your own standalone N48 system in your own warehouse, privatized.
Yeah, the cool part about this is that you can build these on edge nodes. So this is like a perfect setup for like edge node computing for like NEC and VR, AR, those applications for basically to try to get the latency down, right? So this will
that's exactly
for,
right.
edge services, right? So the edge services are extremely important, and that's what cable companies are going to as well. So and wireless companies as well. So basically it's taking, we're kind of getting away a little bit from just the normal cell tower and going to more an edge, small cell, basically edge.
That's right. Density, baby.
Networking. Yeah. So like the more edge nodes that you have, the greater 5G services that you can push to the customers, which is amazing. So this is a great setup.
Right. So if you're limited to your hardware, this is a good way. This is like a halfway point between LTE, because you're maxed out at 20 megahertz bandwidth, whereas this you can do up to 40 megahertz channels. So you can do 5 carrier aggregation at 40 megahertz channels. So as you see there, that's pretty good. So it's kind of similar to what like AT&T is deploying with 5G Plus right now. The 40 megahertz channels, which it doesn't do that much, but since it's 40 megahertz, you can at least, do something. It's a lot better than the 20. So if you got 3 channels of 50 and you patch them all together, well, of course, that's the trouble with this is you won't have that many channels, the 40 megahertz channels patched together, because the whole band of N48 is only like 170 wide. And then you got the PAL part and you got the GAA part. So I mean, you can easily squeeze out 3 40 megahertz channels on the GAA side on this.
Yeah, but the bigger thing is the fact that you're adding a new channel to the portfolio of connections, right? It's like you're getting usage off of heavily used channels and kind of divvy it up a little bit and just offload traffic onto different channels.
That's right. This is going to be great too, because if you have your PALS license and you have 50 megahertz, you have. Well, I think it's maxed out at 40. Yeah, it's 40 is maxed out. I think you can get for each PAL area. So you could take those 220 channels, pair them together into one 40 megahertz channel, and then you can use it and then patch it in with your standalone connection. So like if you're with AT&T and you go standalone, you can have N5, and then you can have N48, a 40 megahertz channel, a 15 megahertz channel for N5, and then you can do N77. You can do another 100 megahertz channel in there, and then by having 3 different layers like that, then you get your better density, and you get and it helps with your upload as well. And you can this is going to be really good on your.
I think what's going to be meaningful is going to be when you see like a situation with Verizon when they've got 100 megahertz of C-band plus another 40, 60, or 80 megahertz of C-band plus N48 doing a 40 megahertz channel, a 20 megahertz channel. It's going to be these aggregation combos within these 3 gigahertz ranges, right? And you're going to see like the MIMO kicking in. You're going to see like the advantages in the uplink too. Like my expectation is that some of these connections are going to be showing 3 gigabits per second.
Oh, easy.
To use your smartphone. You know what I mean? Like that'll be pretty regular and standard.
And you're going to have good ping times. You're going to have pings under 10 eventually.
Yeah, sure. not just that, but the driving, the driving whole point is that with real 5G SA, you have symmetrical speeds. So whatever you're getting on the downlink, you're going to be getting on the uplink. as long as
Absolutely.
supports it, right? And
But
that's
I don't need to have those standards. I'll take like 300, 400, 500 to start.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we ain't greedy, are we?
No, I mean we need a renaissance to uplink for sure, though.
We've been putting up with buffoonery for years. It's about time to get some real shit, right, SMT?
Well, I mean, I'm dealing with 1 to 3 megabits on N41 right now for uplink, so I'll take anything.
Sneed, you're not the only one. You're not the only one.
I'll take anything, bro. Give me 50, give me 100. I don't need 1,000 uplink. Just give me something.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Oh, N77 now reaches my house, but only in my backyard.
Need the
For which one? AT&T or Verizon?
Neighboring cells to upgrade too, man.
Mr. Big Red.
Mr.
Oh,
Big.
Verizon. So that they did a tower upgrade near you?
About 3
That means you
miles
must be within 4 miles away then.
Yeah, I'm about 4 miles away from. They're doing the other site near me in the woods. They're testing it now in wooded locations.
Oh, nice! Congratulations, man.
The download speed is 175 Mbps with a download ping of 200 milliseconds on speed.
Oh, the ping. Well, you're gonna have nasty pings till they get that thing optimized. I had the same thing happen down here till they got my stuff working.
No, that's the loaded ping. No, that's the loaded ping.
Oh, you're talking about loaded ping. Okay, yeah. You got to specify loaded or unloaded ping.
The idle ping.
Loaded diaper or not loaded diaper.
Hey, we don't talk about your troll on here right now.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go.
The upload was even better than N41 at like 5 up.
Oh, nice. The nice thing about this device is it's wind tunnel rated successful operation up to 132 miles per hour, which is equal to a F2 tornado speed. So these devices are like really good. So if you mount them up there good, they're not going anywhere. And it takes 35 watts of power. So these are very low power to run. So it only takes 35 watts, and you can use the power over Ethernet to run it up there to the unit.
Star next hurricane hits Florida, Star takes them all out.
Yeah. So this is FCC Part 96 Cat B. So it's you got Category A and you got Category B for the N48 band. So you got Category A is for indoor and B is for outdoor. Indoor is just a little bit less power because you got to keep your SAR down. And let's see, support frequency is N48.
Is there any way you can zoom in on that? I can't.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think I can zoom in here. Let's see here.
Or just put the link in the chat or whatever.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's look at.
Yeah, I should have did that earlier.
X communication.
So
I wish it did.
Transmit for receive. To transmit for receive on this.
I wish it's got to just QAM on the downlink up, but I wish it did congregation on with FDD. It kind of sucks it doesn't, but
yeah.
But then again, that's because eventually all this is going to be on FDD. Eventually, yeah. In the future.
Yeah, so this is pretty good. And of course, they're still saying sub 6 gigahertz here, which I don't know why everybody keeps saying sub 6. It's the 3GPP standard changed it to sub 7 because they had to give 6 gigahertz band. It's in the sub 7, so it's not because 6 gigahertz is not considered millimeter wave, so it's in the sub 7 because you got N96 and N102, which is the 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi is now unlicensed, and you can use that for 5G as well. And the channel bandwidth here, look, 10 megahertz, 20 megahertz, and 40 megahertz. So there we go. And and I also want to thank Terrell, Mobile Master Tech. We were gotten a discussion on Twitter about this. It was talking about 5G for band 48, and of course, I flipped out because before they changed the standard, the maximum channel you could do was 20 megahertz, just like you could do on LTE, right? Well, he was trying. He come on there and said that you can do 100 megahertz channel on N48, which I knew that wasn't true, but I had no idea that when the Release 16 came out, they actually upped this N48 to 40 megahertz, which is that's the amazing part right there. The 40 megahertz channel is what's going to make this not 100% real 5G, but it's going to be as close as we can get, because you're limited on power anyways. So for what the band was designed for, and the LTE side was like garbage, I mean, sure, band 48 was okay for close to a small cell or close to tower to get a little bit extra speed and stuff, but it was kind of a wasted part of the band. But now that we got the N48 standard out and they come to agreement with this and they made a 40 megahertz channel, I mean, you don't have the massive MIMO, but at least you got that. So and it brings us up to tonight's question too. If you haven't voted yet, make sure you vote on the question. Do you think N48 will be real 5G? So if you haven't voted, go ahead and vote. We're going to close this poll out here in just a second. So, but that's good. I am glad to see that they got this band straightened out a little bit. And you got 256 QAM here, which is not too bad. You can do 5 carrier aggregation, but it's going to be very hard to do 5 carrier aggregation on 40 megahertz channels because that's not going to be very possible because there's not much frequency bandwidth available. Now, the GAA, I think you can squeeze out maybe 2 40 megahertz channels on GAA. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Because what's the GAA section? I think it's like 70 megahertz or something like that.
I want to say I think the max was like 80, but don't quote me on that.
So the POW is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. So there's 100 on there, but in the POW license, you can only get 2 channels of 20.
Or 40, yeah.
But you can have up to 40 in your when you like Verizon, if they won the license, they can win 40 and then somebody else can win 40. So you got 240. So like AT&T can have 40 and Verizon can have 40, or Verizon can have 40 and then Dish can have 40. That's how they set up the POW because they didn't want one carrier to come in and gobble up the whole and complete priority access. So that's why they made limitations that only you can get 40 megahertz maximum. And then the GAA, I forget how many channels are down here because it doesn't show right here, but that's pretty good. So it's going to be a big help for sure. Let's see. And then we also want to talk about the other thing. Now we talked about that, and that's the other one is pretty much for private use and for small companies and stuff. Your cable companies want to get on the game band. Like Comcast is actually going to do some of the N48 to support their business services. It's not going to be for the consumer services, but it'll be for the business stuff. So they'll be able to deploy that those little panels there in the high volume areas. And so where it might be a little congestion on Verizon, they can actually supplement that. Like if you're on Xfinity Mobile, it can actually connect to that N48 to actually boost the area. Absolutely. Now for the rest of the carriers and to do on macro sites, then Ericsson came out with this Radio 4408 solution, which is really, really nice. And they're already deploying this for LTE side, but I think it's able to be just go in and upgrade it and flip it to N48. Is that correct? Zero cool? Or they're going to have to rip down the LTE shit and put up the new N48 shit. I don't know.
Let me look real quick. I think that's.
I can't remember.
Capable. I think that's 5G capable. Double check. I can double check.
Oh, it's 5G capable. I just don't know if it's.
Oh, it is.
If they have to.
Fine. Yeah, if it's 5G capable, okay.
Yeah, it says right here. Yeah.
Then you're good. Yeah, because it's going to do NSA, at least NSA. Then you're good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And carrier bandwidth. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're good.
And you notice up here where it says bands up here, it says you can use this for band 38. That's overseas. Band 40 is overseas. Band 41 is overseas. This is not the USA version at all. 42 is overseas. 43 is overseas. And then you got band 48, which is the LTE version. And then you got the N48 version, which is the 77C. as you know, Ericsson makes a 77G, which is for the DoD band, right? 3.4 gigahertz. And then 77D and Delta is for the 3.7 gigahertz. So now Ericsson is using 77C for the CBRS band. So that's what. So if you see any stuff on tower upgrades, you know, where they do the site survey and then they do the permitting process, if it says anything about a B77C antenna, then you'll know it's for N48. If it says B48 antenna, then you'll know that's for the band 48 for CBRS. So that's kind of interesting there. So 77C. So you got 77C, 77D, and 77G. It's like, okay, I think that scheme they did is just as bad as the damn FCC.
Those will be right, but those will be combined into one radio. The only reason why they're separate now is because they have the technical limitations on the carrier aggregation part between what we call inter carrier aggregation. So inter carrier aggregation is basically combining bands with the same channel bandwidth, like 3 gigahertz, right? So those will get worked out by the vendor, meaning Ericsson, and you eventually have one radio that does all of it. And when that when that happens, that'll be great. So.
Yeah, there's some works I heard that Ericsson's working on a new panel that's the same size as the panel that they use for N71 for T-Mobile. That great big giant panel that does band 12, 71, band 2, and 66 all in one panel. I heard there's a panel that size that's going to have the band N48 in it. It'll have N77 in it. And it'll also have the other new band. What's the other new band?
The DoD.
Yeah, I guess 3.4, and it also will be able to do 3.1. It'll be like three. Right. It'll be like 3 antennas in one big panel like that. So it'll have two 64 by 64s in there for the 77 and the 3.4, and then at the bottom it'll have a section for the 48 in the bottom. So it'll be one big panel with the radios actually attached in the back. So there'll be 3 radios on the back of it, and it's supposed to be one panel. It's supposed to do all 3. It's supposed to do 200 megahertz and 77. It's supposed to do up to 200 megahertz of the 3.4, which there ain't that much there, but
we actually might get lucky, and that might be actually 128 when that the whole radio comes out. That might be 128 by 128. That's what they're kind of talking about right now. So.
Yeah, that is what I'm hoping for. What do you think, your SMT? Do you think that would be awesome? Oh, he left, didn't he? Oh, he said he was going to be here for just a short time. So, all right. So yeah, that's going to be pretty good. Yep, he's got to get ready for school tomorrow. SMT's an early bird. So yeah, this is a pretty good little device here. I mean, you know, it's nice and small and compact too. So, and you can put this on small cells as well. So that's what they're using for N48 and band 48.
So pretty much the same hardware. Looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, and this doesn't have the radio built into it, I don't think, or does it? Let's see.
Oh, wow,
I don't think this is
6 LTE.
I don't think it's. It has the. I don't think it's an AIR, antenna integrated radio. I think you got to put the radio next to it. Maybe. I don't know. It might be in the back of this.
Judging off that picture to the right, it looks like very few cables are going into it.
Yeah, it looks like there's like 2, maybe 3 cables going up.
Yeah, so usually it's like 2. So you have your A side and your B side.
Sorry, if you look at interface specifications, antenna ports, you have 4 F-type.
Is it 4? They upgraded to 4? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, cool. It used to be 2. Now it's 4.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. So if it's 4, so here's the thing. This is how the MIMO works. If it's a 2-port radio, it's going to be side A and B. If it's a 4-port radio, then you have A, B, C, and D.
Right. Yep. 4x4 MIMO.
So I see it says antenna ports, but right under that, it also labels an FSP module. So, like, is your radio in it or is it not?
So an SFP is basically the fiber.
Right.
An SFP is a fiber and optical. SFP is an optical connection, so the fiber will actually go into it, like a multi-mode fiber.
Okay. Well, so that's interesting because you'd think if the fiber is going into it, then it wouldn't need an antenna connection.
No. Well, here's the thing. So basically it works like this. Your digital unit in Ericsson, like a 6601, or basically that's a digital unit. So you have a fiber going from the SFP there to the radio, and then you have the coax antenna ports, the 4 ports. Those basically go out to your to the antenna. That's how that works.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think this is an AIR. I think you have to have a radio behind it that plugs into this.
Right.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. I get that now.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's 4 coax lines and the fiber jumper. That's pretty much.
So basically, this is the antenna. So if you're running this on LTE on 48, then you want to upgrade to N48. Basically, you just change the radio out, and then now you're on NR, and you're using the same antenna.
Right. Yeah.
Pretty fascinating. So there you go. There's your N48 kind of stuff. Let's go into the chat now and see what you guys are talking about in the chat. Let's see here. I gotta find where I was here. Let's see. I think we see, all right. Let's see. Okay, yeah, Twitter. Yeah. All right, is only okay, I answered that already. Let's see. Collective Rob made it. Yes, you made it. Yes, you did. So when is AT&T standalone 5G since Stink Mobile already did it? Well, Stink Mobile really didn't do it. They just lied about it. So
I'm not happy about that. The icon is such a it's like a
it's stupid.
It's stupid, and it's just like such a slap in the face to the standard. The 3GPP standard's like, we got,
yeah.
It's like it's half baked is what it is. It's like it's just it's horrible.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Actually, it's nothing but deception and lies.
Did you get a chance to test that out? I tested out today and in Jimmy John's. I was inside and it's just,
oh, you did?
Yeah, it's complete. It didn't even break 100 megabytes on the down link.
Yeah. Yeah. See, T-Mobile was so worried about being first on everything. They're not worried about doing it right. So, I mean, why even be first if you're not even going to do it right and you're going to be laughing stock? But see, the thing is, most customers don't even know. They're brainwashed. They see something on your phone, says 5G icon. Oh, I got the new 5G. Oh, wow. Amazing. And it's just lies. 5G will be the new standard when it's fully developed and fully mature with no flaws. Right now, LTE is the best. Well, LTE is good and everything, but
I want to backtrack.
But you got the new 5G frequencies that's being added to LTE. When you combine the new 5G frequencies, when they're done right with the LTE frequencies, yes, you're going to have a better user experience. But when you got companies like T-Mobile doing stuff, you're not going to have the best user experience because they're not doing it right.
Yeah, so a lot of the
Go ahead.
frequency bandwidth is actually being shifted over to 5G. So you're going to see smaller LTE channels, right, and bigger 5G channels. So that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, over the next 2 years, you're going to see a really, really explosive 5G growth and gain and mature into real. Right now, just think of like this, okay? All right. So you knocked up your wife. She went to the hospital. She popped out your new son, right? The baby popped out. Okay. Can that baby work yet? Can he run around? Can he play baseball? Can he talk yet? Can he do anything? No. It's a baby, right? It's a baby sitting in the crib. Okay. It's a baby. It was born, but it can't do anything yet. That's 5G 2 years ago. Okay. So now the baby's 2 years old. Now the baby thinks he knows everything and he's in these terrible twos now, destroying the house, knocking shit over and just being crazy, right? Is he still a baby? Yeah, he's still a baby, but now he's grown enough just to be dangerous and make things worse, right? But he's still a baby. So that's 5G 2 years later, where we are now. Now, later on, it's going to turn into a teenager. The baby is going to be a teenager, okay? So now he can work, he can talk and all that. Is he perfect yet? Is he an adult yet? No, he's not, because he's a teenager. He still thinks he knows everything, and they can get bratty at times and have temper tantrums and all that. They're still learning things. They're not fully matured yet. That's 5G going to be next year, a teenager. And then 2 years from now, 5G is going to actually mature out to be a full adult. It'll be like 18 years old. Still learning. 18, 19, 20-year-olds still got some stuff to learn. But then when you get up to where now you're a 25-year-old, now you're pretty good. You're working, you're doing your thing. You're doing good. That's going to be 5G like 3 years from now, 4 years from now. Then it'll be in full adulthood. That's the best way I can explain how 5G is maturing. You got your baby stage, you got the terrible twos, you got the terrible teenagers. Man, I'm bad. I'm talking bad about everything. It's all negative, right? So I just think about the positive part. The positive part is the teenager can help you take the trash out. You can make him go mow the yard. He can do things for you. So that's the nice thing. There's problems, but yet there's positive things. Like the teenager can help you around the house. That's the same thing with 5G. You got LTE. It's been around for years. It's matured. Now you got the teenager 5G. Now it can kind of help you do things, get you a little bit less ping, a little bit more speed, a little bit more capacity, and bang, and that's what you got there.
So
what do you think of
real
that?
Quick, I want to just go back to Redbeard's comment when he said AT&T standalone 5G. I just came back from Coachella, California, and I decided to take my dish phone, and I basically stuck the dish phone on standalone only mode, turned off N41 and N71, and let CellMapper run. CellMapper came up with tons of N5 from AT&T SA, and also a bunch of N77 SA from Verizon. Obviously, it wouldn't connect, but CellMapper was mapping it, so it's out there.
It's in testing phase. Yeah. It's definitely in testing phase right now.
Actually, quite a bit of N5 in the area I was.
And it's fake 5G, so
yeah, I wasn't able to see like its bandwidth or anything like that because it wasn't giving me any info other than like cell ID and the PCI and stuff. But
yeah,
it's live.
I can tell you
soon, somewhat maybe.
I can tell you the exact reason why AT&T and Verizon has not launched standalone yet. It's one word: voice over NR. Until they get that perfected, until they get enough 5G out there and where you can do carrier aggregation. If you can't do carrier aggregation on NR, it's stupid to do SA because you're eliminating a whole bunch of bandwidth out of the equation. So why would you create congestion on NR on standalone? Why would you want to do that? It's kind of stupid. So that's why AT&T and Verizon is going to wait and do it right. Dish was able to do standalone right off the beginning because they're building it standalone from the right straight up at the beginning, and they're loading the network slowly with customers. You got to understand that you can't just take all these millions of customers, flip the switch to standalone, and then all of a sudden it's going to crash and you're going to have all these issues. And that's exactly what Skunky's been dealing with, all these issues and stuff. Are they ironing them out? Yeah, they're trying to work them out and get everything better. But you're still limited on your phones. The phones most phones cannot do even 2 carrier aggregation. So if you can only do 2 carrier aggregation, 15 megahertz plus 40 megahertz, it's kind of a waste of time. You're a whole lot better to have 100 megahertz of LTE and 5G put together. So non-standalone is going to be better than standalone until you get enough modems out there that can do 3 carrier, 4 carrier aggregation.
And then
go ahead, Austin.
And then on top of that, I know Verizon's working on their standalone network core up here in North.
Absolutely, they are.
Because when I was up in Orange Park area, I had 5G ultra wideband on the iPhone, but I had no bars, none whatsoever. Went straight from 4 out of 4 bars, just went away. And people that I know, like Livvdi and a friend of mine, and I'm actually trying to help them right now. They can't receive calls. They can't make calls outbound or receive them. she literally told me, she's like, I don't know. And now I'm gonna go up to their house and help them, but I've been sick, so I'm gonna go up there and see what's going on with that phone. It's a Galaxy S22 Ultra. Does not get service in the house on Verizon, and it's been happening for the last 3 weeks. It keeps going out at random times throughout the day, and I'm like, they're working on the standalone network core. And then last weekend they did it down here, because remember I was texting you up on Twitter saying that, you know, were you having calling issues with Verizon? They were doing it up here, even on LTE, where it would literally go to no bars and then come back, go out, come back. I was surprised.
Yep.
But come find out that my neighboring site, not the one near me, not the small cell near me, but the site off to my east, about 4 miles away, now has N77. So that also doesn't help, that they were probably working on some network core stuff for N77.
Yeah, the painful thing about upgrades right now is while they're doing the upgrades, you're going to have horrible service. So if you're having horrible service all of a sudden, that means they're probably doing upgrades to the site and everything. So
2 nights ago, it kept going in and out here. It kept going from 3 bars to 1 bar to 3 bars to 1 bar. So I think
that's what happened to me down here. And now I'm all good now. My Verizon home internet is working really, really good now.
I owe Mr. Carlos an apology there, because I said, nah, Verizon ain't going to touch me till next year. No, they're starting now.
Verizon's surprising a lot of people and everything. Yeah, for sure.
I just wish Verizon would surprise me, because I have not a single panel in my town for N77. I've pulled permits. Permits are years old. And
and the carrier and like one of the people in our group, Wes, told me that Verizon is not going to touch the tower unless it's an emergency maintenance update. They're not going to come out all the time and touch some towers. For equipment upgrades, it's going to be every, minimum 5 years, maximum 10, 12, maybe 15 years.
That's not necessarily true. That's not.
Verizon's upgrading. They have a priority system in place about market share and capacity. Yep. If it's congested and there's a lot of market share, those sites are moved to the top of the list. That's why you see band 13 only sites that have not been touched yet, because they don't have much of a market share and they don't have much of a load on capacity. So they're prioritizing things. That's what Verizon's doing right now. So
that could make sense, because my area for Verizon is like, they're not the greatest, but they're definitely not the worst. And you average, like, I would say I can solidly average 50 to 100 megs. And that's probably why they may not make this a priority market, just because like my home Verizon site, I never see less than 90 ever on LTE. Maybe on that's
pretty good for LTE, actually. If you're in peak times and you're getting 90 down and at least 10 up, you're actually pretty good.
I'm getting like 20, 30 up. So either that site is extremely good, and they just limit everybody, or there's nobody in my area that's on them.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a low market share is what it sounds like.
I know that the latter is not the case, because I know at least like 20, 30 people in this area, roughly, that have Verizon that are hitting on that single tower.
I know there's a lot of people here. There's out of everyone here, there's at least 400 out of 1,500 people here that have at least Verizon that I know
of. Hey,
sounds good.
Is there any way you can turn up your mic, Austin?
What?
Is there any way you can turn up your mic? Because you're like really quiet.
Yeah, give me a sec. I can turn it up.
All right, so Mike has a question or a statement here. He says, according to Gene, Comcast has plans to deploy Wi-Fi hotspot boxes by hanging them from existing cable lines on the power poles.
That's like what you got in your photo there.
And of course, I did a speed test. This is my Verizon home internet. So here's my ping and download. So actually, Verizon's doing good. My home internet's working good. They upgraded the firmware on my Verizon home internet box, and it's working pretty good right now. So it's doing good. So here is down in the keys right now. Xfinity already has, this is called a strand mount, is what's called STRAND, strand mount. Basically attach it to the existing cable, and here's the box down here. So this is plugged in here. So there's all this stuff, and here's the antenna, and there's the coax right here. So the coax comes out here, goes down, the radios and stuff are in here. Up here, this is the antenna. It points it out in all directions. This is a Xfinity mobile Wi-Fi hotspot is what this is. If you have an Xfinity account, you can connect to this and then log in with your Xfinity account, and then you can actually use this. And the download speeds are about 300 down and 25 up is about what you get from these units.
That's what
right
I get
here.
on my home internet on average. All right, congratulations.
So that's what it looks like right there. So that answers your question there, Mike. So yeah, Comcast is always deploying these everywhere to boost their network area. So the more of these that you have hooked up, the less data you have to use from Verizon. So if you have Verizon and you're going down the road, your phone will connect to this versus Verizon. So if you lose this, then it'll connect to Verizon. But the bad things about this, when you're driving down the road, it's a pain in the ass. Your phone connects to this, and then it loses it because these are not very densely done. These are just put in places where there's a lot of people, like people here at a restaurant eating. So if you're on Xfinity Mobile and you're eating here, it'll connect to this to take off some of the traffic off the Verizon sites and stuff. Those are for. Because that's what, when you're on Xfinity Mobile, you use Wi-Fi, their Wi-Fi hotspots, and you use Verizon when the hotspots are not available. And that's how you're able to get a cheaper price on your phone plan, because you know they don't have to use so much data from Verizon, so it saves you money that way. And plus, you're bundling it with your Comcast stuff anyway. So, and then when you're in your house and your phone will actually connect right straight up to your Wi-Fi in your house because you got Comcast in your house. So that's what that looks like there. And then we got, let's see, Big Daddy's here. Hi from Hometown Custom PC. Glad to see you tonight. Mobile X appears to have glitched into a 30 gigabit plan, even though I did not order that plan. Oops. That could be bad. Are they charging you that too? That would be bad. Been buzzing, running lots of 5G, 4G tests. Yeah. Those speed tests eat up a lot of data. It'll eat up a lot of data. Do I have to enable a toggle for the standalone on Pixel 6 Pro, or is it automatic? You mean for T-Mobile fake standalone? I don't know.
Well, on my S22, I didn't have to enable anything. It just automatically worked. The 5G UC icon of death came up just fine.
So does your phone tell you when you're on their fake standalone or not on their fake standalone? Or you can't tell?
Hey, Rick.
You have to go into service mode to look it up?
I would say so.
You'd be happy. My iPhone ain't going in standalone on T-Mobile.
Oh.
The iPhone's not doing it.
Yeah, this old standalone T-Mobile is just a bunch of... Yeah, so if your phone says you're connected to standalone, make a phone call. I bet you anything that the standalone stuff goes away and it goes right back to LTE.
So...
Because it's using voice over LTE.
It doesn't actually switch over to LTE, but I'm pretty sure it still runs through the LTE core.
Yeah, they have a software trick that they did. That's what they did. So when they did that standalone core,
to put it, I imagine the way it's hooked up is the 5G router is hooked into the LTE router and just passes the calls through that. In a way, you know.
That's what Verizon's doing. My on the Verizon line, I'm connected to 5G, but the calls route through LTE.
Well, we mean like SA though.
Yeah, you're talking about standalone core, yeah. So basically what the standalone is on AT&T or T-Mobile right now, basically it's just band select. Basically the tower is telling the phone, do not connect to any LTE bands. Only use the NR that's available on the site. So it tells the phone connect to only NR. And then when you make the phone call, then it has a software trick where it routes it through the LTE core, because it's still really on an LTE core. It's just they have made it look like it's a standalone core, but even though it's not really a standalone core.
Yeah, I want to do some testing. Now that they fully on the SA for T-Mobile, I want to do some testing and stuff and see if it's still routes that way. Yeah. Once you get some testing done on it too, I definitely want to do it on a future live stream and share with the results, because if T-Mobile is really doing standalone, I don't want to say that they're not,
So if they really achieved it, they're using real standalone core, and they're using voice over NR. If they are really doing it, I don't want to say they're not. I want to be truthful. I don't want to have misinformation. So
here's they have not gotten Volnar on every single market. It's only like in Utah and Washington, a couple other markets, but it's not nationwide yet. So that's my thing. They haven't. That's the fucked up part about this. They haven't turned on Volnar for their standalone. Yes, you could do data over it, but the calling it's still going to go over multi. So.
Yep, exactly. So. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that works. But I just, from the past deception lies that T-Mobile was done and everything they did, I really don't trust them anymore. So that's why we got to, whenever they make a claim, we have to do an investigation and research and do a deep dive to find out, because that is the whole purpose of my channel. My purpose is not to make fun of people or badmouth people or provide misinformation. I want to give you guys, the viewers, the truth. And that's why I want to do that. I don't want to mislead anybody. So if I find out something that I was wrong about, which was N48, I was wrong. I thought it was maximum 20 megahertz channel, but thanks to Terrell, he said, no, I found this and it's 40 megahertz, but I was wrong. It wasn't 100 megahertz. You was right about that. But then you said 20 megahertz. You was wrong about that. So we were both wrong. But the both of us actually learned something. He learned something and I learned something. That's a win right there. It's not about who knows more about things than the other person. Oh, I know more than you and you know more than me, or blah, blah, blah. That's not the game here. The whole purpose of this tech community is to bring truthful, reliable information out there. And we learn from each other. So if somebody says, oh, I found this, look at the specs of this, which I did, and I found specs 40 megahertz channels on N48.
Right.
Amazing. Okay, so there we go. Am I going to still go out and say that's wrong? No, that's not how I work. So that's the whole thing. So a lot of people get mad at me on Twitter, or they'll get mad at me on YouTube, and they go, oh, Riggy, you're just hating on people. No, I'm not hating on people. If I just find something and it's not true, I'm going to expose it, So that's what I am. I want to bring you guys the real information, just like what we're going to talk about next coming up. We're going to talk about N77 maps for AT&T. Yeah, this is going to get ugly. It's going to get real ugly real quick right here. So wait till we step to the transition to this next topic. Yeah. So let's get through this. Let's get through the chat here and see what's going on. Hello, EM Tech. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Glad to see you, buddy. He says the 4408 is a AIR unit, by the way. Oh, really? It is an AIR, because it doesn't say that on the specs on the sheet.
I think
it looks like it, but if it has 4 antenna ports in it, it can't be AIR, because the radio would be in it. There would not be. Isn't that right, Zirkle?
I'm looking.
That's what we just talked about it. There was 4 antenna ports. So yeah, we just talked about that. So I don't know.
Because I'm familiar with the 6488s, which is different.
Oh, a 6488 is different. That's a 64 by 64 MIO. So it has to be the 4408. That's
88 air antenna. There's that.
So they do make a 4408. So what I have on the screen was not an air. It was the other version, right?
I believe
that you have to have a radio connected to it.
The 4488 is an air antenna. The 6449 is an air antenna.
Okay, so the 4408 does have the stuff. Okay. There we go. All right.
The 4488, not 4408.
Oh, that's the difference then.
Yeah. So the 4408, I'm looking here, is just
the 4408, like I have on the screen right now,
that's just
is not AIR.
It's not air. No, it's not.
It's not air, but there is another version that is the air.
Hold on. Look up the 4488, and you'll see that. Or like a 3268 or a 6428. Those are all air antennas.
Well, it has to be N48 that we're talking about here too.
Oh, well, I don't know what the frequency bands off the top of my head for this is, but is this?
You said 4448. Okay, let me look that one up. See if that one's
4488.
4488. Oh, 4488. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Change that. 4488. Okay, looking it up here. Ericsson 4488 radio. Let's see. I don't see one. I see 4408. I don't see no 4488s.
It should list it. Should be on there.
Let me put data sheet on the end of it. Data sheet. Maybe that'll pop it up.
AT&T's doing good in my area right now. 64 down, 64 Mbps down, and 17, almost 18 up.
Wow. That would be horrible in my area because I get 300 down and 60 up right now. Down where I'm at.
I'm about 2 miles away from the site, and it's all low band 5G. They don't have.
I see a 6488. I don't see a 44. Here's a 4418, but that's for N41. Well, actually, band 38, which is 2600 gigahertz. So it's overseas radio.
Yeah, I think that's overseas.
I don't see any other radios other than.
There's a 4490, which is freaking cool.
4490? Okay, let me look that up. Is that N48?
Low band. It's a low band radio. No, it's
just
a low band radio.
Yeah, it's not.
Nice.
Yeah, what we're looking for is N48 equipment. It's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
There may be a AIR versus this because the 4408 does not look like a AIR at all. And it says right here in the specs, it has the antenna ports here. It says antenna ports 4 times NEX10. That's the connector type, of course.
Okay, so basically, if you want a band 48 air antenna, you have to go with the 6488.
6488?
Yes, that is a band 48.
But you can't use that on a band 48. 6488?
Yeah.
Ericsson Air 6488. But that's 64 by 64 MIMO. You can't use that on band 48.
Yeah.
Let's see what it's band 41, 42, 40, 43.
You can. Yeah.
6488.
It's got a band 48.
Band 40. I don't see no band 48.
That's where it's been testing. You can test it under it. I'm looking at the sheet right now. At the EME.
I see band 78, band 43, 42, 42, 42, 41, 41.
So data sheet here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the data sheet for 6488 right now. Ericsson Air 6488 is a 64 by 64 massive MIMO. Up to 200 watts. See, you can't do 200 watts with the 48. You're limited on your power. You got to remember, there's also a band. There's also 3.5 gigahertz. It's overseas. That's a full high power band, and Ericsson does make equipment for that. So yeah, you can use a 3.5 gigahertz Ericsson 64 by 64 high powered radio overseas in the markets over there that has a macro system over there. But to use it for the 48 in the USA, the 3.5 gigahertz, you have to use this special radio like this 4408 because it's made
right.
especially for the low power stuff.
I thought they made it like I could have sworn they made like an N48 like air antenna that supported that, but
yeah, we'll have to just keep looking for that, and maybe we'll find something for the future there. So, okay, yeah, we did our research. That's all you can do is just do your research.
Yeah.
You know, when you did, and that's how you find the truth is you just do your research and you just figure it out. Mobile X is doing good as the newest MVNO to enter the U.S. market. Tito Escobar did videos on his channel, his trial run of Mobile X. Oh yeah, Mobile X is definitely going to be a good thing for low data users So that's a really good thing. I really don't know the full plans that they got and all that, and it's still kind of early on. Chain Pride says, Grandma 3G. Funny. I have video on 5G testing on YouTube. Okay. Awesome. AT&T is testing SAN5 only in Ericsson markets. See, that's just a waste of time to just test fake 5G, because N5 by itself is worthless for standalone, because it's crazy. The only good N5 is if you mix it with N77. So if you do N77 for the download and you do N5 for the upload, yeah, you're going to have that kind of standalone will work.
Then it's going to
that's going to work. But we also have something new that Ericsson's going to be deploying, which is called the Uplink Booster. And I did a live stream on that a while back. The Ericsson Uplink Booster. Basically, it boosts the upload speeds on N77. So you could actually deploy 200 megahertz of N77 and your upload speeds will be very good because of that new technology. And you won't have to depend on low band and the old LTE crap to get your upload speeds. Now, indoor, you're still going to struggle with indoor because 3 gigahertz is a little bit harder to get inside buildings, especially thick concrete walls. And, you know, like the nursing home here, it's got big, thick steel concrete walls. I had to say that. All right. They're also testing it on FirstNet. Oh, yeah. FirstNet's garbage. I'm just not very impressed on the FirstNet. I don't know. AT&T was doing so well, but they've made quite a few mistakes over the last couple of years. So just like right now, the N77 deployment is horrible for AT&T. They are actually using N77 5G Plus to put out that 5G icon everywhere so that they can say they got more than they're doing the same thing that T-Mobile's doing. It's crazy. And of course, they got 5G Plus N77 on a tower site that's 300 foot high, and it's beaming that shit out 7 miles. The trouble is they're using dual connectivity. AT&T should not be using dual connectivity until you get carrier aggregation. It is aggregation turned on. So here's an instance. I'm at work, right? I have 50 megahertz of LTE. Okay, 50 megahertz of LTE, and I have N5, 15 megahertz. Okay. When I do a speed test, I get 300 down and almost 100 up. It's amazing. That's because the 15 megahertz of N5 is mostly used for the uplink. It helps boost the uplink. That's what it's for. Now, 7 miles away, I have a N77 tower. When my phone picks that tower up, it turns off the N5. Once it does that, the N77 is not strong enough. I'm on cell edge at 7 miles away. That is not even doing anything. The only thing it's doing is just knocking out the N5. So now I'm left with 50 megahertz of LTE, and I got 40 megahertz of N77. I do a speed test. Now it's 90 down and 10 up. Now tell me, AT&T, why the farkety fark would you do that? Why would you do that? The only reason to do that is, oh, we got more 5G than anybody else. They're doing what T-Mobile's doing. Yeah, they're doing the same exact shit. It's all about the damn icon versus the performance. We've been preaching this for how many years, Oracle?
A lot.
So you know what I did on my phone? I went into I did *73#, and I went in there and I selected N77, disabled it. That's what I did. I turned off N77. When AT&T can fix their shit right and do it right, then I'll turn it back on. But until then, I'm just going to use 50 megahertz of LTE and 15 megahertz of N5, even though it's fake 5G, but that 15 extra megahertz is helping on the uplink because it's mainly geared for the uplink. And I have perfectly good performance because when I'm staying at work, it goes N5, N77, N5, N77, N5, N77. Next thing you know, I got 50% battery life. And that is what's killing our batteries out there. All this stupid shit of pushing that damn 5G icon out there and forcing it to try to connect when it's not doing any good. So, and it's no wonder everybody's bitching about battery life, because battery life is horrible because the phones are trying to connect to all this 5G shit that's not even working right.
The weird thing is when I was up in Orange Park, Florida, doing some testing, I was on a Google Meet with Carlos and them, and sorry, but hopefully my mic's better. By the way, I fixed it.
Oh yeah, you sound good.
So the 5G Plus, when I wasn't using the data, went off, and then when I needed to actually use the phone for like streaming 1080p, 60 FPS YouTube videos or doing 2 speed tests. Then it kicked in on the second speed test. But until it detected that heavy data, it left that 5G Plus off on the iPhone. Yes,
that's a new feature that they're using on the Ericsson radios. Mine does the same thing. It, like right now I'm looking, well, not right now because I'm on Wi-Fi on here, but I'll look at my phone, it'll say 4G. Okay, so it's idle. It's not really doing any data. But now when I start watching a YouTube video, it's streaming the data. Now the 4G icon turns into 5G UW.
Yep.
That is a new feature that Ericsson's using to try to save on the bandwidth and also for power usage. So basically, if the tower is idle and nobody's using it, the 5G actually shuts off. But then when there's a demand for traffic, then it actually kicks on and it beams that shit to your phone. So yeah, that's a new thing that Verizon is starting to use, and also AT&T, because they're using the same Ericsson tech. Now on the Nokia radios, well, I don't think there's any Nokia 77 radios, is there? What's the other one? Samsung. Samsung, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if the icon stays at 5G UW all the time or not. I'm not in that market, so I don't know. So if you're in a Samsung market, let us know if it's doing the same thing.
That's
but yeah, I've noticed that too.
That's the one thing that annoys me about T-Mobile is that it gives you ultra capacity. If it's available, it's gonna throw it at you. It ain't gonna. Be like,
yeah, it's horrible. The uplink just suffers.
No, it's not the uplink or the downlink. It's just when the phone's idle, it's still using. All you see is 5G UC, 5G UC.
You're gonna see that all now.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
That's
5G UC, no matter where you go now.
For sure.
When I'm near a 5G Verizon site, I have to start streaming at 1080p to even see if that tower has in 77.
Yeah, here's a good question. Do we have to wait for the iPhone 20 to get 7 carrier aggregation on standalone? That's a good question, because this really sucks right now. Only the S22 Ultra is the only phone out that can do 3 carrier on NR. That's the only phone out. So all the rest of them can't even do it. So now the S23 Ultra, if it gets the X70 modem, I think it's going to be able to do 4 carrier aggregation, if I remember right, on the specs when we looked it up. So yeah, so right now our phone technology hasn't even caught up. And you know what? Here's the other part that people are not really. The reason why the cell phone companies, the tower upgrades, are not going as fast as what they should be is because the phones haven't caught up to it. The modems in the phone can't do what the towers are already putting out now. And here's the other thing. Okay, so I want to get a new phone. Okay, the S22 Ultra is the best phone out as far as the modem, right? Got that X65 modem in it. But I don't want to spend $1,500 for the phone. So I turn around and I buy another Galaxy phone, like an A53 or whatever like that. But it has a modem that's like 4 years old, 4 years old. So if I have that phone and it's on 5G, if they put standalone out, it's not even going to work right. It's going to give you like low band 5G standalone. Now, how the hell is that going to be any good for anything? So that's the problem. You got all these phones out here that are food stamp phones, as certain people say, food stamp phones, or the budget phones or mid-level phones that can't even do very good LTE. I mean, there's one guy at work. He was telling me, he was bitching about AT&T. He goes, AT&T is so slow. It's so slow. Everybody else gets faster speeds than me. I go, well, what phone do you got? Oh, I have an S20. I go, well, there's your problem. It has a 2-year-old modem in it. So I had him go into the service mode. Guess what he was connected to? He was connected to band 5 No, not band 5. Band 2 and band 66. He had 10 plus 15. So he had 35 megahertz of spectrum. And that's why his speeds were horrible. And then I showed him my phone. I'm showing him that I connected to 50 megahertz, band 2, 66. Well, there's 2 carrier aggregations at 66, 266, 30, 14. And then I showed him the N5 is another 15. So it was like 65 megahertz of spectrum. So when I did a speed test, that's why my speed test was better than his. That's because he's got a 2-year-old phone. And that's the problem here. What's the rush to spend billions and billions of dollars to upgrade these towers to do stuff on phones that people are not going to buy because they're too expensive? I'm not going to buy a $1,500 phone so I can take advantage of the best on the tower when a budget phone can do just as good for me. So I get 30 down and 10 up. That's usually pretty good for people. So yeah, eventually we will have some in carrier aggregation for standalone. But so right now, standalone is just in a work in progress. We're not going to see standalone really fully matured until 2 years. I mean, sure, testing is going to come out. You're going to have isolated spots that might come out. But unless you have a flagship phone, you're not even going to be able to take advantage of it yet. So we're still kind of in the early part of all that stuff. And Livvdj says, I have the exact same issue in North Florida in the middle of the day. Verizon will go out anywhere from 10 minutes to an hour. Oh, yeah. That's probably upgrades that they're doing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when your tower's getting upgraded, you're going to have horrible service for about 30 days. For 30 days. For 2 weeks of that, it's going to be horrible. You get band 13 only, then it'll switch to band 66 only, then band 2 only.
That's what it's doing here, but it's only band 13 and band 66, band 2 ain't here.
That's what they do. What they do is they give you one band so at least you can make phone calls, get some data. They don't want to take the whole site down and make it cripple everything. So what they do is they'll throw out one band just so it works.
They don't want to do what a T-Mobile does?
No, they don't do it like that. No, they actually do it smart. So what they'll do is they'll work on 66. They'll upgrade everything on 66. Then they'll turn 66 on. They'll turn 13 off, upgrade it, do all the enhancements to it. Then they'll turn it back on. And then they'll turn 66 off. Then they'll work on 2. And then when they're done, then they'll run band 2 for a while. They'll do some testing, make sure it works good. And then when they're all done, then they'll enable the 3 carrier aggregation. And then they'll do 2, 13, and 66 all together. And then they'll do some more testing. And then once that's done, then they'll add in the N77. And then they'll test it all together again. It's an optimization process that takes 30 days. Now, damn AT&T, they'll put the N77 antenna up. 2 days later, they turn the shit on, and it's not even working right. Garbage. Completely garbage. They're pulling a T-Mobile on us.
And then there's places where N77 it's up on the tower for 3 months, and they don't even turn it on.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Or EMT sec, that's not true. Okay, when you say that's not true, you got to say what that is. Otherwise, we don't know. If you say it at the same time I'm talking, because we're behind on the comments, so you have to actually state what that is. Rick, if T-Mobile deploys fiber in the area, would you take? Yes, actually AT&T is putting fiber out first quarter of 2023. They already did the fiber on the other side of the highway. They're going to run another fiber line on this side of the highway, and it's going to do all the neighborhoods on this side. And they're supposed to do it. Moose said it was like first quarter of 2023. So, yeah, so they're going to upgrade the fiber, or the DSL. It's DSL. That's what's next door, DSL. And they're going to upgrade it to fiber. And then they're going to run me a dedicated Cat 5 or Cat 6 line over here. I'm going to plug it into my Zeus router. And then I'll have 1 gig up, 1 gig down. So, yes, I will be getting fiber. And then probably what I'm going to do with my Verizon home internet is keep it just for a little bit as a backup until make sure that the fiber doesn't have any issues. Once it's solid for a couple weeks, then my buddy says he wants to have the Verizon home internet at his house. So what I might do is I'll just give it to him, and he can run his whole house with it. And then all he has to do is we'll put his credit card on it. He can just pay the bill every month, and he can use it. So
Hey,
we'll do
Ricky,
that.
I gotta jump off and I gotta get going. I got work tonight. So thanks for having me on, bro. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks for coming in here tonight. We'll see you next week, maybe.
All right, we'll do. Take care.
Good Lord willing, and the snow blizzard don't get you.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, man.
All right. Good night, buddy. All right. So Hometown PC says I have an app that tells me when on 5G. Oh, an app that tells you when you're on 5G. Okay.
Yeah, I have one on the iPhone that tells me if it's NR or NSA.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. I prefer low LTE, low band, mid bands for cellular, 2.4 gigs, or Wi-Fi routers, or radio waves, child folder, radio waves can penetrate windows. Well, I mean, 2.4 gigahertz frequency on Wi-Fi is not very good. I mean, sure, it does have more range, but the thing is, it's only a 20 megahertz bandwidth, so you're not going to get any speed. So, but if you don't need speed, you're fine. You're better off to have a Wi-Fi router that has the new AI mesh. If it has the AI mesh, like Asus makes the AI mesh, you're better off to get that and have your main router wherever your modem is, and then you put a node upstairs and a node downstairs for the AI mesh. And then basically what it acts like a cell phone tower. So when you go in your basement, it'll connect to that down there, and it uses the 5.8 gigahertz as a backhaul to that other node, so it runs it. So you get the full speed out of it. So you're better off to use 5.8 gigahertz in 3 places in your house than just 2.4 in one place. Then you'll get better speeds and you'll still have the coverage.
Here's my network setup here. We have the Archer C9 TP-Link router, the one that does 1,900 Mbps symmetrical. It actually can do 40 megahertz on 2.4. And so what I did is I set up our guest network. It's severely capped. Like you're gonna have fun if you're on my guest network. It's only gonna let you do a downlink of 25 Mbps. I have it capped heavily, and only 12.5 Mbps for uplink, and it's only 20 megahertz. Now my main 2.4 gigahertz network is 40 megahertz, and my 5 gigahertz is 80 megahertz. That's how
the only problem with the 40 megahertz channel for 2.4. Most routers will not even let you use it if it's congested. If there's other signals from your neighbors on there, it will only let you do 20. It won't let you max out to 40 because of that. That's the only bad thing. But now if you don't have any neighbors using 2.4 and you're all out by yourself, yes, you can use that 40 megahertz channel.
No, our houses are like a good 500 feet apart from each other.
Oh, okay. So you're lucky. You could take advantage of the 40 megahertz.
I could literally have a monster truck outside, going over vehicle.
Monster truck. Shit.
Junk cars in my front yard, and it still won't affect the neighbors.
Okay.
There's 3 acres of field in front of my house, and then there's 3 acres on the side yard, and then there's green space of about 900 feet between both of my houses that I own, and then the neighbors are at their closest point to 450 feet behind me.
Oh, okay.
At the closest point, and then the furthest is about 2 acres. But
I got you.
My property wraps around a subdivision, so I'm able to.
Oh, nice.
Be the country boy, but then they have to deal with the country consequences of firearms maybe going off or
Oh, we don't want to say that on here.
No, I've done it before, and I have videos of it.
I know. Yeah, wow. But anyways, EMTech says it doesn't. So it doesn't. So that doesn't tell me. Okay, then we got, I have a site plan that has a 4408. Okay, so you have a 4408. And it's one fiber jumper. That's it.
Huh.
Okay, so you're saying it is a AIR? Okay. And what about the 4 ports, antenna ports? Or the 4 ports going into it? I don't know.
So yeah, when I
check your Twitter DM. Okay, let me look here.
When I joined the live stream, you said I was using Skunky for when I.
Oh
when
yeah, I was
first
just
joined.
guessing because since she was breaking up and everything. Yeah. So.
I don't know if Wes is still in here.
Yeah.
Oh, Tito says he's going to be popping in here in just a little bit.
Wes, who do you think I was using earlier?
He's gonna tell us about his Google Pixel experience and the watch. Give us an update. So. All right. So he says, let's see here.
Big Red, actually.
You're gonna go with Big Red.
Judging off how you said your experience has been
Let's
lately.
see. Alpha, Beta, Gamma.
Okay. So, Mr. Ricky, you'd be surprised. It was good old Verizon that was crashing. That was Verizon.
Oh,
crashing.
it was. Yeah, so you must be in an area where they don't have any upgrades done and everything. So
No,
it's just
my neighboring
or you're
neighboring site.
far away from the tower. How far are you from your Verizon tower?
The small cell, about 1.5 miles. The main tower that they have the N77 on, about 4 miles.
Oh, 4 miles. Yeah, that's kind of like on the edge. Yeah.
But they have a small cell, and I had 3 out of 4 bars.
Oh, they got a small cell? Really?
Yeah, they have a small cell here.
Was it just band 13 only small cell?
No, it's got band 66.
So 66 only?
Nope, 66.
20 megahertz?
66 and 13.
Okay, so about 30 megahertz then.
Yep.
20 plus 10. Okay, cool. That's not bad.
And then the neighboring site has used to have DSS, but now actual like 5G, the low band 5G, and then now N77.
All right, EM Tech, I'm looking at this picture you sent me here. Let's see. Coax, jumper, fiber jumper. Fiber. I can't see the whole picture there, but I see. Okay, it says sub 6 AIR antenna and CBR with the clip-on antenna will be mounted on same axis or position. Okay, so in the site plan it says it's a AIR. Okay.
So I haven't had Verizon since since April of 2018, and I have done about 4 hours of phone call and about 60 gigs of data. Honestly, I got to give Verizon credit. They made massive improvements in my area.
Nice. Okay, so we got
Hey, Ricky, I got
44, 49,
a while.
88, 43. Okay. Yeah, no problem.
I got to take care of some things before the night ends. Gets too late, so.
Okay, yeah, we'll still be on here. We're going to be talking about the N77 AT&T fake maps here. Next is what's coming up. So like hits up in the chat
in a little bit.
Okay, sounds good.
Hey, I still got to be honest. At least they have them now. Better late than never.
Okay, Chainfried says 4488 is a multi-beam antenna. Yep.
Oh, we have.
Let's see. Check out this image here.
You
Ericsson
have a
5G flat. So
there's a Pinocchio in your chat.
a Pinocchio in my chat.
Yes, there is. I see him. I see a Pinocchio.
Let's see. I don't see any Pinocchio in the chat. Oh, I forgot to end the poll. There, let's end the poll. Okay, so do you think N48 would be real 5G? 75% says yes.
Cesar the Mall Cop, you cannot bypass visible hotspot cap anymore. It's it's going through the Verizon network core. Good luck.
So 24% says no, 75% says yes. Okay, so
well, that's a clear.
And I think who's deleting Caesar the Mall Cop? He's not. Yeah, don't delete him.
I didn't do it.
No, he's the good troll. He donates to my channel. See, I can't even fix it now.
You can't bypass the hotspot even if you tried.
I can't fix it now.
No one timed him out. Someone deleted the chat. That's all.
Yeah, I know they deleted it, but I can't like undelete it, which is crazy. I don't know why YouTube did that, or I can't do that. So that's crazy.
It is what it is.
So let's see here. Let's see. Check some things out here. Just looking through all the past chat here. see what's going on. All right, so let's see here. We got to do another poll question here. Let's see. Start a poll. Okay, poll. Here's the next question, which is going to move us to the next. As soon as I catch up in the chat here.
Hey, Michael, I feel personally annoyed about that chat. Ask Technoid for the best questions. Shoot me a challenge. I challenge Technoid.
You did what?
There.
What about Technoid?
Michael Liu put in the chat, if for Apple questions, ask Technoid.
Well, there's no one person that's an expert in Apple. I mean, it's many people that.
It's a group of.
Yeah,
people.
it's a group of people. Each one has their own thing, twist and stuff. So. So there's not any one person that knows everything. I mean, it's each person has their passion for each kind of thing and everything. So. All right. Do you think AT&T 5G Plus and 77 maps are truthful?
The one in Northeast Florida, the part, if you look at Northeast Florida.
Well, we're going to do that next. Yep, that's on the ground. Yeah. Patience, my grasshopper.
No, I've already been looking at this. I was ready for this part.
Okay. All right, there's the question. Do you think AT&T 5G Plus and 70 maps are truthful? There's the question. We'll start that poll and then let everybody start answering that. And then, of course, we're going to move to that here in just a second. So to catch up in the chat. We're also going to look at the N77 maps as well for Verizon. There's a few new areas around the country that's like there. And then we're going to talk about the AT&T maps too. So that's coming up next.
Oh yeah, I saw a few new spots on Verizon here in Florida. They're small.
All right, let's catch up here in the chat. Okay, you got the slideshow there. See, you post the link in there, but let's see. Let me see if I can click on it from over here.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Okay, here's the link here. Let me click on it here. Okay, copy link address. Let me take a look at this, what you posted here. See what this is. 17 new radio products for performance, efficiency, and growth. You got Street Macro, 1281, yep, 6701, Air 4455. And then you have the massive MIMO stuff, which is a 3239, which that's not really massive MIMO. 32 by 32 is not really massive MIMO. I mean, you really need 64 by 64 to get massive MIMO. And then you got the 5331, and then you got the 3252. See, that's another one. That's 32. That's let's see, massive MIMO passive, the 6479. Yeah, that's the old stuff. 8828. And then you got the radios. Yeah, there's all the radios at the bottom. Then you got the small cell stuff, 4402, 4408. Yep. And the 5G dot. Yeah. And then you got the baseband. Yeah, that's the stuff that's in the, for the front haul, back haul, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, those 17 products does not really impress me too much. What would be more impressive is if they have more stuff out that's 64 by 64, especially the duplex. If they could come out with a new 64 by 64 full duplex isolated AIR antenna, that would be a game changer. But that tech is not quite ready yet. So, and then of course later on we're going to get to 128 by 128 full duplex isolated panel antenna too. So.
Responding to Michael.
So Ericsson's making some good stuff, but they still got some work to do for the future.
And responding to Michael's
bottom left antenna. Okay. Yep, I'm going through the chat right now. AT&T has enabled 5G plus coverage on their map. Yes, they have. Yep. We're going to talk about that here in a few minutes. Let's see. I reported a 30 gigabit plan bug to Mobile X and was assured that it would not be charged. I canceled the card prior to hearing that since my PayPal debit card was what I used. Yeah, that's the only thing is you don't want to be accidentally charged for something you didn't get, because then you got to fight with the banks, fight with the card to get the credit and all that. Yeah, I hate it when you get charged for something that you're not supposed to charge, or I make a purchase on a website and then I look at my card and I got double charged. It went through twice. This is crazy. I hate it when that happens. Thank you very much, Baby Yoda. We still got 20 in live. We're in here an hour, almost 2 hours into the live stream. So let's see. Does the regular Galaxy S22 have the same modem as the Ultra? Yes, it does. They all three have the X65 modem in them. I've been running Galaxy S215G. Very good phone. All right. And let's see. Xfinity Mobile locks the network provider. Network band, set menu, automatic. The user cannot change it to the phone. Yep. That's the only thing is, if you're using the carrier, you buy the phone from the carrier, usually it's locked and stuff. You can't do much.
That's why I don't buy my iPhones to the carrier.
Well, that's why I like about my S22 Ultra here. This thing is unlocked. And also, I unlocked the service mode on this for Verizon, so I can actually go in and change things. So now AT&T, if you load the AT&T firmware, you can't change anything. You can't turn off N77. But the trick is, you load this up with Verizon as your primary, right? You load up with Verizon, and then you enable the eSIM with AT&T. Then you go *#73 or #*73#. Then you go in there, and then you can disable the N77 on AT&T. So that's the trick. So if you want to do any modifications on AT&T, you have to do the service mode unlock on the Verizon side. Then with dual SIM, you got to load up the Verizon firmware. Then you can go in here and you can customize this thing all you want on AT&T. I can select whatever bands I want. So that's the beauty of having an unlocked phone you can do. And then if you really want to get wild and crazy, of course, our buddy in here, I think it's PA Tech, Speed Tech. I think he's the one. He has his phone rooted. He actually has his S22 Ultra rooted. So he could do like a whole lot of stuff on there. But the only thing is, if you root it like that, then of course, then you void your warranty. So if the thing messes up, you gotta be careful. Unless you're able to factory restore it with the original firmware and all that kind of stuff, which can get pretty complicated.
Unless you know what you're doing.
Question. All right, here's a question for you, Austin. What's the name of the app you mentioned for iOS that tells you all the band information like NR, NSA, etc.?
So it doesn't tell you the actual band info, unfortunately, but it will say radio access or radio technology is either NR, NSA, or LTE, and it's called Honested. I will actually leave a link to it if you email me or reach out to me through the channel somewhere. I'm eventually going to do apps on what apps I use to measure the iPhone CPU and stuff like that. And these stuff that I've been testing over the last few years have been actually accurate compared to the fake stuff that is equivalent to T-Mobile skunk on the App Store that some people are using. So yeah,
Skunk-a-doodle-doo.
Well, yeah, because there are developers out there that actually can see that stuff, but they choose to not actually invest their time into doing it. But this developer, it is a paid app, but this developer actually is pretty nerdy. He even goes down to, it shows the Darwin kernel for the phone. I'm like, oh, dang.
Okay. All right. I heard that a Mango router can bypass Visible's hotspot throttle. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, there's some hacks out there that you can do. Of course, once the carriers or companies figure that out, then usually they put a stop to it. They do a firmware update and boop, knock you right on out.
See, the only thing is that would have worked through the Visible Cloud because I was able to do it. I was able to bypass their cap, even on the iPhone's hotspot. I was able to bypass it through Cloudflare's network. But I don't think Visible's hotspot cap will be passed since it's now going through Verizon's network core. Verizon's very good at picking that stuff up quicker than fake 5G.
Oh, yeah.
Verizon's good at that. I know they are.
There is a way to do it so on ATT CSC2. I don't even know what CSC stands for. I don't know what that is. There's a way to AT&T CSC to change bands. Okay. I don't know what the CSC is. You can't root Samsung Snapdragon U1 models. Oh, really? You can't do... Oh, shit. Samsung really, like, cracking the whip there. TJ says, I attended Tulane University versus UCF football game in New Orleans last Saturday. The area was not covered with 5G Plus, but it's popping up all over Mandeville and Covington. Yeah. I used to live in that area, actually. I used to live in that area for 5 years. So I was in the Baton Rouge area when I was a paramedic. I moved down there for a paramedic job. So, yeah, I'm very familiar with Baton Rouge. I'm very familiar with Tiger Stadium. So, Tulane, that means Tulane. I guess he was down in New Orleans. But, yeah, looky here. There's only like a couple sites that's actually done for 5G Plus for Baton Rouge. And then you go over here to... Yeah, Mandeville over here. That's where you're talking about here, Mandeville. Mandeville and Covington. Yep, there you go. There's Covington and Mandeville. So there's some 5G Plus there. And then, of course, there's New Orleans. There you go.
New Orleans is always going to get love.
Well, all the major cities. AT&T is doing all the major cities right now. So
true.
But they're concentrating on the major cities. They're not actually doing like an isolated area, like a mid-range city or stuff. They're only doing like the major cities. Like you go out here like this and you look, there's nothing out here. But then when you go over and you look at Verizon, when you go over and look at Verizon in the same area, look at this. See, that's the difference right here.
Yeah.
See here? You got isolated tower. Look at this. This is rural area. I don't know if you realize or not, but these are kind of like along major highways. These are major highways and major, or like little cities around. So they got a good market share, and so they're beefing it up.
And they're working on rural expansion for Q4 too.
Huh. Yeah.
This quarter they're going to work on rural expansion.
I hate this. When you zoom out too far, you lose the damn 5G Plus. You got to zoom in a certain amount to see it. I don't like that. Shame on you, AT&T. Why would you do that to us? So there you go.
If you go to
Clefter Rob says thanks. And honest what? Paul Mitchell? I don't know. I don't know what honest what mean. Honest what mean. Also, most U.S. banks will block their mobile apps from functioning on rooted phones. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they do. For the security.
CSC is firmware. So AT&T CSC is AT. Oh, okay. So that's the. Okay. So instead of saying AT&T's firmware, you say AT&T's CSC. Okay. So what does CSC stand for? Actually, yeah. Let us know what that is. What it stands for. All right. So let's go look at some maps here. For, as everybody knows, AT&T. Well, I mean, if you look at this right off the beginning here, I mean, look at this map. Look at that. That's a straight up lie in the first damn place. When you see that. Now, when you go towards the FCC website, this is reality. That's reality. That was last year. Now, AT&T has probably done a lot of new sites across the country. Because right now, AT&T is building the most sites, new sites, to expand coverage than anybody else. Verizon's also doing it too. The thing is, when a site goes up and AT&T puts their stuff on it, Verizon usually puts their stuff on it too. Because if Crown Castle builds a tower site, usually they make an agreement. Before they build a tower site, they get all four carriers to put something up there. So they'll build a $3 million tower, and then they'll rent out space to AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and Dish. They'll get all four carriers to commit to putting their stuff on there. So that monthly income on tower rent will pay for the $3 million tower, and a couple years later, they'll get a return on investment that everything's paid for, and then after a couple years, then they'll be making nothing but profit, and then they'll be putting it in there. And then the only maintenance they got to do is just whatever inspections they got to do and all that kind of stuff. But as you see here in this map, I mean, you look at this. I mean, okay, this is real, and this is what they say they got. And you can even zoom in a little bit. Well, when you zoom in, it switches over and shows you LTE, which is the lightest color, and the dark color, which is fake 5G, which is like N5. So as you see there, and a lot of these areas here that shows that there's LTE, there's not LTE. I mean, sure, you see the gaps here, but there's more gaps than that. So, I mean, if you zoom into, like, let's go into Nebraska and Kansas. All right, now we're going to switch over here. Now let's go to Nebraska and Kansas over here. Now let's see. Nebraska and Kansas. There's Kansas and there's Nebraska. Now looky there. Okay. That's LTE data right there. That's the real data from the test from the FCC. And remember, that's 90% cell edge probability, 50% cell loading factor, a maximum of 100 meters, and the data must be at least 5 megabits down and 1 megabits up. So if you can't achieve 5 down and 1 up, you can't map it. That's what the FCC says. So this is what the FCC mapped. So these are the areas. So as you see, there's lots of holes in here. See all these holes? But when you go to AT&T's map, they say, oh, we got perfect coverage there. So there are some areas you can go in here that you're not even going to get. I mean, you may get like a half down and 0.02 up or something like that. So that's what you show. Now, when you zoom in even farther, you start going into the 5G plus. There's so you guys there in the room here, or in the live stream, if you have an area that you know is definitely overstated where it says that N77 is there and you've never seen it on your phone, put it in here on the comments, what city you're in, what state, and we're going to go and we're going to look at it. And then we're going to get you guys input. But first, what I want to do is I want to go to the keys where I know in my area where all the 5G towers are, or I should say N77 towers. You can't say just 5G because there's 2 versions of 5G, fake 5G and half 5G. I'm not even going to give it the glory of real 5G because it's not yet. It's just trash. So you come down here and you look, you zoom in, you get the blue part. Okay, so let's start all the way up here. Okay. So you start up here. So up here at the beginning, Key Largo up here. See? It's marked up here. Okay, now let me show you. First, let me show you where the towers are that have. Okay, see this tower right here? This tower does not have N77 on it. Okay. This one right here. Yeah, that tower does not have N77. Okay. See this tower right here? This tower does have N77. Actually, that's one of my videos. I did a drone video on this tower. Remember when they upgraded the tower and they added 5G Plus on it? So that one has 5G Plus. Now let's go down to the next tower. This tower here does have 5G Plus. That one does. See this one here? It does not have N77. That one does not. And wait a minute. Oh, this one does. Okay, I'm sorry. This one does. This one does, because I flew this into a drone video. This one down here does not have N77 yet. Okay, so this one don't have it. Then you go down here, this one, I did a drone video on this one. This has N77 on it. And you go down to this one, does not have N77 on it. This does not have N77 on it. Then you come down here to this one. This one here does not have N77 on it either. You go down to this one, all the way down here. This one does not have N77. There's no N77 on here. Okay, well, let's go on down. This site here does not have N77. Go down to this next site. Way down here. This one does. I did a drone video on this one. That has N77. Actually, the rest of these all do. All these down here have it. That one has it. This one has it. This one has it. I just flew these drone videos just recently. This one has it. And then you go on down here. This one has it. This one don't. This one don't. This one don't. None of these do. So there you go. I just showed you which ones do have it and don't have it. Now watch this. Now let's look. Looky there. Okay, now watch. Let's get it filled out. Come on. There you go. All right. See, now the colors are filled. Okay. See here? Look how it has continuous coverage. It has continuous 5G plus. Continuous. And remember, some of these don't have it. So you're telling me that these have overlapping coverage? They do not. Like right here. This area right here, from down here, right here, from here to, oh, let me go up here, all the way up to here, does not have 5G plus. So that's a lie. Let me zoom this in. Okay, so what you see on the map right now, right about that. Well, Ricky, not really.
Ricky, you know what I think? You know what I want to? My theory is with this.
Okay,
map.
So right there. So what you see on the map there is no 5G plus. So that's completely a lie right there. So what you see on the screen, there is no 5G plus, none at all. And there's 2 tower sites in that area that's not been upgraded. So what they're doing is they're spacing the towers apart so they can look like they got continuous 5G plus and some coverage, and they don't. All right, so let's go to another area. Let's see. Let's go into the chat and see what you guys got. I'm sure you guys are chatting it up like crazy now. All right. Rockford, Illinois has a new casino under construction. No AT&T. So AT&T may end up with their network nuked if they do not get 5G. Yeah. So if it's a high volume place, yeah, they got to get the stuff turned on up there. And a casino usually is a really heavy building. They're going to have to get some indoor stuff going on too, so they can have indoor coverage. The app for iPhone, honestly, see what is the name?
I'll figure out a way to get it to you. I'll skim through the chat and see who asked that.
All right. So, do you have a link to the FCC map? Oh, the one I'm talking about? Yeah. Yeah, I got the link here. Here we go. Now, the FCC map is a year old. They haven't updated it yet. All right, there. I just sent a link to the map. Okay, so you have it. All right, show the national map for Verizon. Oh, national map for Verizon. Okay, here, let me do this. Okay, national map for Verizon. Okay, here we go. There you go. Let me zoom out a little bit more. Okay, there you go. Yeah, see there? I think that's, and this is more truthful because look here, look out west. See the areas where there's no coverage? Now watch when I go to AT&T. See there? Look, AT&T shows they have more coverage, which is a lie. There's no way. I mean, Carlos drives out in this area out in Nevada all the time, and he has Verizon service, barely. And then the others are not even working at all. All right, so, oh, hi, Jason. Thanks for showing up. Show me Big Red map. Big Red. Big Red. Oh, there's the skunky map. All right, there. Check Montana. Okay, let's look at Montana. Yeah, let's zoom into Montana here. All right, so here's Verizon in Montana. Okay, here's Verizon in Montana. Now let's go to AT&T in Montana. Let's see. See how much deception and lies there is here. Okay, there's Montana. Look at there. Okay, there's Montana. And there's Montana. You like that? All right. All right, then they say, oh, Ryan says they all overstate their low band apps. Well, of course, yeah, the low band apps is, yeah, very overstated. Even Verizon is just a little bit exaggerated, but out of all the companies, Verizon is the most accurate. Number 2, well, I don't think number 2 falls into T-Mobile and AT&T. Complete deception and lies. That's right. Deception and lies. Verizon and 5G maps seem more accurate. Yep, I agree with that statement. Verizon maps, Verizon towers, California, Freeway 99. All right, let's go to Cali. We got to go to Michael's area, Cali. All right, you said Freeway 99. I don't know where Freeway 99 is. You got to say what city. Did you say what city? From BAK. What's a BAK? I don't know. Well, there's California. There's N77 in California. Now let's look at AT&T. Now remember, I can't zoom in as far. Come on here. All right, so that's just showing the LTE coverage right there. All right, so you can see the little 5G plus so available. But see, that means it could be either millimeter wave or it could mean, let's go to Fresno. Let's see if it's millimeter wave or it's N77. So yeah, there you go. There's N77 in Fresno. Now I can't zoom out and show you the coverage because they turn off so you can't zoom out. I guess they're afraid that if you zoom out, it shows how much little coverage. So they want you to zoom in far for it to pop up. So that way it's a deception. It's a deception technique. Makes you zoom in to get to the N77. See, Verizon doesn't have to do that because they're not afraid to show, but AT&T is. So look, okay, so there's San Jose. Let's just go up. Let's start from the top and just work our way down. Okay, where's the top at there? California. Okay, is this the top of California? Where's California? Yeah, right here's where California starts, right here. See, you got to zoom in so far, though. I just got to do this. Thank God I got a new computer. At least these maps load faster than Skunky's maps. If this was Skunky's map, it would be like loading so slow right now. But at least AT&T server is a little faster. So here we go. I don't see any N77 anywhere. Do you see any? Oh, wow, there's some. Sacramento. See, it appears that AT&T is doing a large urban market share first and then spreading out to the smaller areas. So here, look, here's a small area right here. So here we go. So we got San Francisco over here, San Francisco, San Jose, Modesto. Okay, there's Modesto, San Martin. Look at it. There's lots of areas that's not even touched with N77 yet. Nothing yet. Even the valley. Well, you got Fresno over here, but that's all you got. Bakersfield don't have anything yet. Go over here. Oh, look at here. Oxnard don't have. Now Los Angeles and up here Lancaster, up here Palmdale, Lancaster's got a little area. Victorville's got a little area. Let's see over here. Cathedral City, Indio, all that. But look at Los Angeles. That's a heavy. But there's still. And we know this is overstated, so that we know this is exaggerated. So I'm sure there's lots of these areas. There's more holes in here than what it appears to be, which there is a lot of holes shown even by their map. And then we go down here to San Diego, and there's San Diego. All right, so there's California. Now let's go back to red. Now red, let's zoom in so just kind of give the same comparison. So at least I can zoom in a little bit. Okay, so here's what Verizon's done. So here's Verizon. There's Chico. Well, I mean, look at that. Verizon definitely has a lot more done. Definitely a lot more done. And this is more truthful than AT&T because we already know AT&T is overstated. But look at this. Verizon is just kicking AT&T's ass on the 77. So, and they're doing it right. Definitely doing it right. All right, so there's your California, okay? They are probably counting intercell aggregation from site to site. Okay, that's called dual connectivity. That's not, I don't know who come up with the term intercell, but it's actually dual connectivity is what it is when you connect. And that's what's happening down here. That's what's knocking me out of my N5 because there's no carrier aggregation on a non-standalone for AT&T. So basically what happened is the tower 7 miles away, which is 2 towers away, is knocking out the N5 on my tower. So yeah, so that's called dual connectivity. If you go in the menu on the phone, it actually shows you that too. So if you go into the menu here, you do star, pound, 3 pound. You go into band selection. You go into AT&T, and let's see. Now I don't know if you see this on here or not, but here, this is AT&T settings. Okay, can you guys see? Let me get this up. Okay, see there? See that NRDC? That's called dual connectivity. That means you can connect to multiple towers. You can connect to one tower, and then if you have N77 on a tower that's like 7 miles away, this lets you connect to that. But even disabling that on the menu, it wouldn't let me. So I have to actually completely get rid of N77 in order to stop that. So if I go in here to NR5G preference, here, this shows you the menu here. Look. NR all, NR non-standalone only, NR standalone only, NR DC only, which is dual connectivity. And there, if it's got an asterisk next to it, it'll connect to that band. So you see I turned off all these international bands because there's no sense for the phone to even try to search for that stuff because I'm not using it internationally. So I got band 2 selected. I got band 5 selected. I got band 30. And then I go to the next page. And then you can see that. And I have 66 selected. And looky there, 77 is not selected. Fuck you, AT&T, and your N77 dual connectivity garbage. So there you go. Millimeter waves active, but shoot, I'll never probably. Well, when I go to Vegas, I'll probably connect to N77 when I get to Vegas. But it's not that good, according to what Carlos says. He says it's not that good over there. Verizon's the king of millimeter wave over there. So there you go. So.
Yeah, I would agree with Carlos on the Verizon thing, about Verizon being the king in Vegas.
Yeah. Mike says Verizon, California, Verizon, Freeway 99, Bakersfield. Yeah. I just did you a whole tour there. Sneed says the CLE is pretty accurate. Most of the counties seem spot on. Okay, well, that's kind of interesting. So there's some areas that's pretty close. Okay, there's the map link. How much of the country would you say has N77 so far for AT&T? I would say, you got to remember the populated area of the United States is 47%. And AT&T covers 70% of that 47% with LTE. I would say, just a guess, because I don't know the exact number, I would say N77 right now is only in about 20% of the 47% of America, or 20% of their 70% of LTE towers. So that's what number I would say. Verizon covers 71% of the 47% of America populated areas. I would say that they're probably close to 35%. Yeah, about 35% of the 71% that they have. Skunky, on the other hand, only covers 62% of the 47% of populated areas. They are way behind on square miles of coverage compared to AT&T and Verizon. Way behind. And part of the blame of that is because of the density problem, because they don't have overlapping coverage. You got a tower, then you got a dead spot. You got a tower, then you got a dead spot. And that's what's hurting them the most. If they would just fill in all those areas between the towers and densify everything and get up to 70% of the population covered, kind of like AT&T Verizon does, they would be ahead a lot more and they would have a lot better performance. And then when you put the N41 gear up, you're going to have better overlap, better coverage, and it's going to reach a little bit better and everything's going to be good. But the problem with T-Mobile is they don't have the CapEx to catch up to AT&T Verizon. So what they're doing is they're working on their market share. Wherever T-Mobile has the highest market share, which is mostly the urban areas and small towns, wherever they have the highest market share, that's where they're sinking their money into. They could give a rat's ass about the rest of the country. If you're in rural Nebraska and there's 15 T-Mobile customers there, they're not going to do anything there. They're not going to put a tower up. They're not going to do an upgrade. They're not going to put fiber there. They're not going to do nothing. And that's exactly why New York City sees a really, really good upgrade up in New York City. Chain will tell us right in here. He does speed tests all the time. Yeah, I already see it coming up. He wants me to check New York City. We're going to go there next. So yeah, New York City is really good with T-Mobile just because it's the highest market share, and they're sinking a lot of money in backhaul, and they're densifying things there. So there is good parts of America that is doing a lot better. So let's see. Did anyone understand the name spelling of the iPhone app which shows band info? Honest XXX. I don't know. Somebody will post that again, I guess.
I already put the link in the chat.
Okay. All right. So let's go to New York City now. Chain wants us to go to New York City. So let's go to his neck of the woods there. New York City, the big apple. So you're talking about New York City. Okay.
Paul Mitchell, the link is in the chat. It's at Apple's website link that I put in there for the App Store. It is $5.99, but it tells you about your RAM usage, your CPU utilization, and all that. It's sweet. I love it. I've had it for the last 2 or 3 years.
Awesome. All right, so here we go. Here's New York City. Just zoom in just a little bit more.
It supports the old legacy widgets in the today view, and you can actually see what you're pulling down in megabytes or megabits per second on your Wi-Fi or cell data too.
Oh, look at this over by Long Island. This little island over here. Look at that. They got N77 on that little island there. Let's see if AT&T has anything on this little island. Okay, let's go to New York City. Okay, let's see.
Probably not, or they do.
On this little island, now they just got fake 5G. That's it. Okay, fake 5G. That's it. Okay, so let's go out here. Look at this. There's no N77 at all on Long Island. Let's see where it starts at. Oh, look at that little area just in the very heavy populated area. There we go, New York City. And then, of course, we went to Verizon.
Not
okay, let's zoom out a little bit. Okay, so here, you got some N77 out here in Long Island. There's a couple towers there, a couple towers there. Look at there. So they're way ahead. Look at that. Look at that. And then look at that. And, of course, you can't deny or not look at the beautiful dark red on the red map.
Did they do this when LTE was being rolled out?
The what?
When LTE was being rolled out, they had LTE as dark red like this.
Oh, I don't know what they had before. I can't remember.
I think it was.
But yeah, I mean,
but the dark red on here is millimeter wave. Look at this millimeter wave. It's amazing. Look at this. It's everywhere. Well, not everywhere, but a lot of places. I mean, that's a lot of millimeter wave overlaid with N77 now. So there you go. Now you got low band. Band 13 is not even 5G, but you got the layer cake, half the layer cake. You got the N77 and you got the millimeter wave. So you got half the cake. And that's weird though, because when you say layer cake, you got a cake only has 2 layers. You got the cake and then you got the icing. That's the 2 layers. Yeah, Where the hell did Neville the Pebble come up with 3 layers?
You got to take that with
in a cake.
The millimeter wave you got to take with a grain of salt because according to Chaim Fry, it's all rooftop sites.
Mm-hmm. Well, there you go. All right, so there's New York City for you, Chain. Check those or the road map. Yep, I did. Verizon does dual connectivity. Why does everybody keep calling it intercell? It's dual connectivity.
Fleming Island, Florida, on AT&T 5G Plus, their map. Fleming Island, Florida. They actually have the map correct. That's the interesting part.
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, Fleming Island, Florida, AT&T 5G.
We're gonna look this up. where is, I don't like this search thing. This search thing is not very good. I like searching Google. The DuckDuckGo thing is all right, but it's just, it doesn't do as good.
I do not like this new YouTube update design. Oh my god.
Okay. Let's see.
It is not a beautiful way to navigate chat for a blind person on iOS right now. Live chat.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, here we go. All right, so no, I don't want to subscribe. All right, carrier aggregation, CA, is designed to increase the data rate per user by configuring the mobile terminal to be simultaneously connected with multiple cells of the serving base station, so the cell site, which makes their mobile terminal or user equipment, which is a UE, user equipment, operate at multiple frequencies at the same time. So carrier aggregation is when you take band 2, band 66, band 77, and you put them all together on the same cell site. Okay, now here we go. Dual connectivity, which is DC. The mobile terminal can simultaneously connect to two serving base stations known as the master node, the MN, or the secondary node, SN. Okay, so that's where I was talking about, where my 5G Plus tower 7 miles away, which is two sites away, is connected to my phone. So it's connected to the tower that's like a quarter of a mile from me with 50 megahertz of LTE, 15 megahertz of N5, so it's 65 megahertz total, okay? That's what the closest tower can give me. But what DC does, the dual connectivity does, is it lets you connect to a distance. So what it's doing is that tower on N77 is connecting to my phone, so I'm connected to two tower sites. The one closest to me, the one 7 miles from me. So it's dual connectivity. It's right here. So that's what that is. Okay. Now, intercell, because it didn't really explain that. Let me look up the term intercell and see what that is. Cell. Nothing. Okay. Intercell must be a nickname for dual connectivity. Let's see. Intercell. Yeah, I keep getting battery stuff. Cellular. Yeah, because I keep seeing everybody. I see the term intersite keep coming up, but intercell. Nothing. I'm looking here. Nothing. Nothing. Okay, so I can't share anything with intercell because there's nothing coming up. Okay, so, all right. So there we go. So it's dual connectivity, DC. And let's see. Oh, Chainfire says a lot, actually. Yeah, exactly. It only shows if you're connected to LTE, the 5G. Okay. Okay, that's still something. What's the name? Okay, there's the link. Okay, we'll get caught up here. Check AT&T Map 2. Yeah, I did. Didn't I do that? AT&T? Yeah. Here you go.
Regarding to the chat, Michael Lou. Yeah, we know that, by the way. About
there we go. So there's your N77 for New York City. All right. Paul says thanks. All right. So Texas, we want to go to Texas next. Okay. Let's see if Chaim has any more questions for millimeter coverage. Is not so dense because it's on rooftops. Oh, it's on. Oh, really? It's on rooftops. It's not on the small cells.
No.
I guess they probably have problems putting it on the street on small cells because underground in New York City, you got you got gas lines, you got the power lines that runs under the street, you got all that shit. So it's kind of hard for them to like add something there. So it's easier to do rooftops. I guess that's the reason. What do you think, Garrett Chain? And let's see, they're slowly converting the LTE ODAS. So DAS means distributed antenna system in New York City, 2 millimeter wave along with the Link 5G project. Yeah, we talked about the Link 5G project, which is pretty cool. I did a whole live stream on that a while back. So let's see. Where are we at here? Okay, New York. Getting lost here. Okay, Neville is making Tresla cake. Whatever. Some kind of French cake here. Or a beignet or something like that.
No snap.
You got to do the CLE, bro. Amazing millimeter C. Okay, let's go to New York or Cleveland. Okay, let's go to Cleveland. Let's see what's going on in Cleveland. Looky there. Oh, look at that. Look at that. N77 in there's a lot of holes in there. And so you're saying that this is all true, SMT? You saying this is like right spot on? And then of course now let's go over to Ohio. Oh, looky there. Yes, we got a lot of N77. So yeah, it's obvious that Verizon is ahead in N77. It's very obvious. And let's go down a little further and look at the millimeter wave. You all right there, Austin? Sounds like you're choking to death there.
I still recovering from this cold.
Oh, the cold. Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
I had a very bad case of it. It lasted 7 days.
Oh, wow. Mike says, also when they come to networks, you have to consider ROI. Yep, return on investment. The U.S. has more land mass than population lives, so there's many places where cell towers are not favorable. Yep, exactly. So since 47% of America is populated, we have to have another solution to come up with the other half to have communications. And what is that going to be? It's going to be satellite. That's right. AST Blue Walker 3. And that's what AT&T and Verizon is going to eventually use.
Now,
and of course, we already know Skunky's doing a partnership with Elon, which is... That's right.
So, after you visit the CLE, there's a place here in Florida called Fleming Island, Florida. AT&T 5G Plus, you'll be surprised, and I can tell you the map is 99% actually true.
Oh, really? So AT&T is actually true in your area?
That's up north of me. That's not like where I live. Where I live, it's just low band. But where I was testing 3 months ago, it's very accurate. You could compare Verizon to AT&T, and you can see who's winning in Fleming Island, Florida.
Okay. So we'll have to wait and see if there's other people that come on here and say that AT&T's lying on their N77 areas. So far, we got a poll up too. Don't forget to vote on the poll. Do you think AT&T 5G Plus N70 maps are truthful? So there we go. Don't forget to vote on the poll.
This is
all right. So Chain Pride says DC is connecting 2 5G bands from 2 towers and also combining N77 with millimeter wave is DC. Okay, that's true. But dual connectivity is more than just 5G because dual connectivity works on LTE as well. So basically dual connectivity doesn't work on 2 LTEs combining them together. The dual connectivity is working on adding 5G to other sites that you're connected to. Like for me, if I'm connected to LTE, but the problem is there's no carrier aggregation on AT&T with band 5 and N77, at least in my market. Now, if anybody in the United States has AT&T and you're connected to N5 or any other band with N77, please comment in the comments here because we want to know. So that's what we want to know, the rest of the country. I can only speak for my market down here. I don't know what's going on in the rest of the country. So in my area, dual connectivity is adding N77 to an LTE tower that you're connected to close by. It does not connect N5 near me with N77 far away from me. It actually bumps it completely out. So the dual connectivity right now in my area is garbage. So the engineers are calling it intercell. Well, all right. So I guess 5G, I call fake 5G, even though I don't know. So I don't know why the engineers are calling it intercell. That's just a nickname, I guess. So, I mean, I guess you can have a nickname. I nickname stuff for T-Mobile all the time, like Deception of Lies and Skunky and all, Raccoon, Rabies and Raccoonery, Buffoonery and all that. So I guess that's my nicknames for that. So I guess the engineers are calling it intercell, but I don't know why they just don't call it DC. Why say intercell when it's DC? That's what the actual term is. So I don't know why that's happening. But anyways, I know it is DC just from looking at the menu in the phone and all that kind of stuff. Redbeard says, my tower is about 1 mile away. He has band 2, 5, 14, 17, 30, and 66. Okay, so you actually connect to 17 because I don't think any phones are connecting to 17 anymore. It should be 12.
I don't think
12. So, yes, band 12 or 17 should show up as 12 now. I don't think it should show up. 17 was like an old band number back in the day. So
band 5, if it's on 5G N5, from my experience, I'm 2 miles away from the nearest AT&T, and I'll be honest, if I was on this stream right now, I would not be if it wasn't for band N5, because it's helping with the 5G side. The LTE side is band 66 and band 14. I don't know how far band 30 will reach. If it'll go further.
Well, band 30 is not too bad. I mean, it's 2.3 gigahertz. It's going to perform pretty similar to band 66. The only problem with band 30 is it's not high power. It's only 30 watts versus 66 is actually, you can, if you have 20 megahertz, you can actually beam that shit out at 60 watts. So you can run it a little bit higher power. So band 66 will perform just as good as 14, 32, and all the rest of them. All right, so, but phone only picks up band 2. Don't the other bands go very far, or maybe the tower needs upgrade?
You could have interference.
Yes, interference could be a possibility. But your phone only picks up band 2. But what we need to know now is what phone do you have? That's what we need to know. And also what we need to know, too, is what... I mean, we know that you got AT&T on all those bands it's capable of doing, but what's the power levels? Is it 2x2 MIMO or is it 4x4 MIMO? I've only seen 4x4 MIMO on band 66. I haven't seen it on band 30 or all the other bands. They only use 2x2. And that's what the problem is. The whole old infrastructure is 2x2. So the only thing that's getting 4x4 is like 60. Some areas of 66 is getting 4x4, and that's it. And then of course N77 is getting 64x64, massive MIO, and that's why it's like doing almost as good as the other frequency bands. So that's what we need to know. Where the Beard is we got to have the whole picture. We can't go off of just that one thing there. What's your phone? Oh yeah. That's what I asked too. Yeah. Oh, he said Pixel 7 Pro. Okay. So why the Pixel 7 Pro is only picking up band 2, not the others? That's kind of weird though. So I would just have to look into it more. I would have to go on your. I don't know. Well, see, I don't know what you can do on service mode, but that's what we need. We need the service mode. We need all the signal levels on all the bands, and so that's what we need to find out there. So obviously, band 2 is the only one picking up. So I don't know why it's not picking up those other bands. It doesn't make any sense. And on LTE, it's called intercell well, there's no such thing as intercell on LTE. There's no, a phone cannot connect two LTE, two bands on two different towers. It can't do that. The only thing that can do that is NR. NR can connect with an existing LTE tower. But yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. That's just a nickname, intercell, but it's really dual connectivity is the actual what it is. Oh, it's Pinocchio Fraudster. Hey, why don't you donate some money tonight? Come on. Yeah, stolen drone videos. Yeah, that's right. Same with N77 plus LTE from another site. They're also calling that intercell. Yeah, it's DC. So, I mean, I guess that nickname intercell is describing what DC is. Dual connectivity is actually an intercell connection. So I guess that's where they come up with the intercell nickname. So, Ricky, you're my biggest fan. Oh, Pinocchio, go away. How about donating some money? N5, because it's dedicated, it will result in better ping and better upload. Well, I mean, N77 is going to have, when it's done right, it's going to have better ping and better upload. Once, if you're using Ericsson equipment and it has the uplink booster actually put into it, it's actually going to be better. But the way that they got the N5 already configured, they're actually using most of N5 for upload. So N5 has a download speed and an upload speed, but so they're using a lot of the N5 as an upload to really boost things. So that 15 megahertz of N5 that I get on my tower can get me like anywhere between 50 to 100 megabits upload speeds. When you take the N5 out and you're just using the old LTE stuff, the download's only like 15, maybe 10, 15, 20 at the most. So N5 does really help on that. And it does help with the ping a little bit as well. Let's see. Phone Lily says band 2. Yeah, that's just strange. I don't know if that's just a Pixel problem or it's an AT&T site problem, but if it, and how do you know it has those other bands? Are you looking on Cell Mapper and it says that those bands are there, but you're only picking up band 2? Is that what's going on? Where did you get the information on all those other bands? And then if you drive right next to the tower, what happens? Do you connect to all those bands? Do you get 5 carrier aggregation? So I'm just wondering about that. Because Pixel will only show the anchor. Oh, there you go. Okay. That explains it. There you go. James says Pixel will only show the anchor band. So the anchor band's 2. It's not showing you carrier aggregation. There you go. Cleftic Rob says intercell interference. Well, yeah, there's a such thing as intercell interference. That's true. Try a speed test. How much are you getting? Band 2, band 30, 66 are all 4x4 on AT&T. Oh, in your area? Is that right, Chain Pride? Oh, wow. Okay. So that means they've upgraded the sites then, because down here where I'm at, my band 2, 30 is 2x2. 66 is 4x4. But of course, my site down here hasn't been upgraded in a long, long time. So it's been a while. Speed test is like 100 down and 5 up. My nose got longer today.
Oh, shit.
Congratulations. Oh, shit. Pinocchio's long got not. Yay. Pinocchio's nose got longer. All right.
You know I had to imitate Moose with that one.
Oh, yeah. That's what Moose would do, yeah. Seeing the maps in my area, it seems like N77 is being built out. May have to upgrade from my Pixel 4 XL soon. Oh, you still got the Pixel 4? Oh, my God. Yeah, that's a really old phone. That's got an old junky modem in it. Caesar the Mall Cop says, N5D's nuts. That's funny. I changed my profile picture just for you. Well, that's very nice of you. Hey, Caesar the Mall Cop. Oh, yeah, they're brothers. Did you know that Caesar the Mall Cop and Pinocchio are brothers? Redbeard says, I got Cell Mapper. The tower says, the tower says all them bands. Okay, so it probably really is that. It's like what Chain Fried says, that your phone's just not able to show you what you're connected to. So that's what I like about Samsung. I got the service mode, so you can actually go in there and you can look at everything and see everything. So it's pretty cool. Let's see. How much are you getting on a speed test? Okay. All right. So we're still talking about the AT&T maps here. If you guys are in here, and I know I have it set to where you got to be a subscriber for like a half an hour before you can actually post in here. So
it's 59 minutes.
Oh, wait a minute. We wanted to go to Texas. Didn't somebody say something about Texas? Who said Texas? Let me go back up to top here. Somebody said Texas. I don't want to leave you guys out. So if I forgot about you, just remind me in the chat here. But somebody said Texas. Yes, it was Collective Rob said San Saba, Texas. All right, you're going to have to help me out. I've never heard of that town, so that must be a small town. Where the hell is San Saba, Texas? You got to give me a hint here, buddy. San Saba must be down by the border. It sounds like it's got a Mexican name to it. Well, so does all those towns have Mexican names. Rio Grande, San Saba. Well, I mean, here's down here, Brownsville. There's your N77 down there. Look, you could even get N77 across the border in Mexico. Isn't that nice? Mexico. Look, you can't zoom out. See, AT&T, why did you do this? You have to zoom in so far to see the coverage. I know why you did it, because you're trying to make it look big. See, Verizon's not scared of it, because even if you go on Verizon and you zoom out, here, let's get to Verizon down there in Texas. Come on, let's go to Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas. See, look how far I can zoom out. Look at this. See? Come on, AT&T. Come on, AT&T. Get with the program, AT&T. Change your maps to the zoom level like this so we can see. I know why you won't do it, because when you zoom out this far, you'll see little specks of blue dots everywhere. It's like, oh, there's a little bit of blue there, a little bit of blue. See there? Yeah. So there's the whole state. There's Texas, where the N77 is in Texas. Now, let's go and see where AT&T is. Okay, so we already know they're down here. See, I got to do this. I got to zoom across the map like this in baby steps to look for N77. All right, here's Houston. Well, Houston looks pretty covered. I mean, there's lots of holes everywhere. So it's not densified. Oh, wait a minute. Those are rivers, ain't they? Oh, no, those are holes. Yeah, these are holes in the coverage. Oh, no, those are lakes. Oh, okay, those are lakes. That's why. Okay, let's see here. Are these lakes too? Yeah, those are lakes too. Okay. Well, according to them, Houston is solid N77. Now, I bet you anything you can go in many of these places here and there's LTE or fake 5G only. I bet you anything. All right, let's zoom back in here. Okay, so we got...
Well, even with Verizon, Houston has very good coverage.
All right, so Brownsville... We got Houston. Let's go out west here and see if there's anything. I'm sure there's nothing out here. I'm sure AT&T doesn't have much market share. Of course, they're late to the game too. They're slow to putting this out compared to. Well, I can't find any more. I don't even know where I'm at now. Oh, here's Fort Worth. Okay. Yeah. Oh, look at Fort Worth. There's a lot of coverage here in Fort Worth. And go up a little north here. What's this up here? Denison. Oh, I see some over here. What's this over here? Oh, Lawton. Okay, so you got a small town over there with some. Amarillo, I don't have any. I don't have any. I think I'm too far now. Oh, San Juan. Okay, San Juan. See, I'd be able to find it easier if I could zoom out and see, but it won't let me do that. Stupid AT&T. Come on now. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Oh, did I hear something that I don't want to hear? Come on, man. Come on, man.
Come on, AT&T. All right, so there's Texas, but I don't know where your San Saba is. Where's San Saba? Here, let me go down to the bottom of the chat here. Maybe he said where's San. All right, let's see. Yeah, oh yeah, Isaac. Oh, hi, Isaac. How you doing? Yeah, Texas. Okay. Oh, Fort Worth. There, I just showed you Fort Worth. Okay, here we go. Oh, when you zoom out, it shows the plus symbols. Okay, so that's what you got here. So you got, yeah, you got down here. Oh, Austin. Austin, Texas has got 5G plus. Look at that. Did they name it after you, Austin? Or did they name you after Austin?
Believe it or not, my family named me Texas.
After they named Austin, Texas. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, after.
Yeah. Oh, so San Antonio. Okay. So when you zoom out, you see the little plus symbols. That's where that's the only way you know where there's actual. So that's it. So for AT&T, you got Dallas, and you got a couple areas up here, and you got Austin, San Antonio, Galveston, Houston. Oh, and then down here, you can't forget down here.
But my family did not name me based on the actual town, the capital Texas.
Oh, I'm sure not. Yeah. All right, so there's Fort Worth, Texas. And
they don't lean politically in the color of that AT&T map. Let's just throw it that way.
Okay.
They lean towards the VZW color.
Oh, the VZW. That's crazy.
That's how you don't get YouTube to flag you.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you gotta be very careful talking about that stuff on here. Yeah, I don't want to talk about stuff like that. All right, so there's Fort Worth. There's that. And Redbeard says, the funny part, AT shows full 5G plus in my whole area. None of my area for like 4 square miles gets it. So there you go.
It could be that some, I swear that this map, when they put it out here, Ricky, that some parts of it was what's planned in the future went out. So I think they just pushed this out.
So you think that it's showing what's coming up too? Okay, that
would be smart of AT&T. Then they don't have to hurry up and redo things.
Yeah, well, the thing with Verizon's map, if it's mapped as N77 with Verizon, that means it's been turned on and optimized for 30 days. Then it gets put on the map. That's how Verizon does it. Now AT&T,
it depends.
They turn this shit on and they to the public to use while they're optimizing it, which I think is stupid.
It depends because I found some areas where Verizon shows I have on the map N77, but nowhere to be seen.
Oh, really? Well, are you sure? Did you do a speed test in there, see if the 5G kicked on? Because remember, some areas will show LTE.
I did test files and it was nationwide 5G, and I did 1 gig test files, 5 gig test.
All right,
files.
have you went back to that area again? Because a couple areas in my
Tuesday, I go there every Tuesday.
Every Tuesday, okay. Because over here, they did like 3 towers with N77 with Verizon, like months and months ago. It's even on the map. And when I drove through there like a week ago, there was no N77. It was off, completely turned off. Whether they were doing more optimizations or doing more upgrades, or maybe the 5G stuff went bad and they had to replace it again or something. But then the week later, I drove by through there and all 3 were back on again. So it's possible that if it's mapped and it's not on, there could be some trouble and they're working on it. That's a very possibility. T-Mobile and Sunny mapping.
Either that. Well, the only thing that I could have thought of would be a millimeter wave spot, but I'm like, why would a town of 5,100 have millimeter wave?
Yeah, I don't think they do millimeter wave in most areas like that. And
no,
it's mostly all the urban areas that does it. T-Mobile N7 mapping is more accurate than AT&T N5 mapping based on first-hand experience. Really? Do you really feel that way? I think they're both crap.
No,
I think N5 is overstated. And N71 is overstated. I know that for a fact. N71 is overstated, especially in my area. I mean,
you know what happens when N71 crosses a rusted metal fence?
You
know what happens to it?
What could that be?
It dies.
Oh.
Do you know why?
Really? Why?
If you have something near a tower and it's rusted, even if the tower has rust on it, low band frequencies it's called PM, and it will actually interfere and screw up the whole band.
A rusted fence?
Any rusted metal actually will mess with
metal?
It. Yeah, so like a house could have a metal sheet on its roof. It could mess with it.
Who told you that?
The people that were the people in the group that the Google Meet that I was talking to, we were talking about interference, what could interfere. And, RF Waves was telling me that PM could, rusted metal could interfere with the tower.
Well,
radios.
no, that's not possible. Rusted metal cannot interfere with radio frequencies. I mean, rusted metal, whether it's perfectly clean metal or painted metal or rusted metal, it's gonna the reflection properties are the exact same. PIM is passive intermodulation is what PIM is, which means it's an interference from a signal that's broadcasted from another site, and then another site is broadcasting a frequency, and when those two mix together, it makes an intermodulation thing. It makes a secondary frequency. And the only way to get rid of it is you have to put some filters in. You got to put filters in that blocks away those other frequencies from doing that.
I mean, the only thing that I'm gonna do is, if I get some rusted fence metal, I'm gonna test it and RF waves. I know he works on network stuff. He's engineering stuff.
Well, I mean, you can be an engineer and all that kind of stuff, but I mean, radio propagation is pretty cut and dry. I mean, and then for me with my amateur radio license, I'm very familiar how frequencies propagate and everything, even like millimeter wave and all other stuff. I mean, a tree with pine needles on it is going to do more interference with the signal. Or it's not even called interference. It's called signal blocking or signal fading. I mean, if it rains really hard and you got 3 gigahertz going out there, it's going to scatter the signal and it's going to degrade the signal. So when it goes over a farther distance, it's called rain fade. When you're in microwave bands, it's rain fade. So, but when you're in low band, which is 600 megahertz and 700 megahertz, the interference that usually really messes you up is called like you said, the PIM is passive intermodulation, and that's from like neighboring cells at other frequencies, like the public safety radios on 700 megahertz, because you got 700 megahertz radios for the police and fire out there. And then you got 700 megahertz radios that's out there for cell phones. So those can interfere with each other. And back when Nextel used to be in the same band as the police and fire, they was having problems because you can't put a low pass filter on because you're on the same band as the police and fire. That's why they had to do the whole rebanding thing. They moved all the safety stuff to the lower frequency of the band. Then they put a guard band in the middle, and they moved all of the Nextel stuff to the upper part of the band. And then you can put filters in on your radios that keeps the interference from Nextel going down to the other frequencies. And the same thing, the public safety radios have filters on them blocking anything above a certain megahertz of frequency so that the Nextel stuff doesn't mess up the public safety, and then the public safety stuff doesn't mess with the Nextel. So that's an example of kind of like a passive modulations in low band like that. So is AWS and PCS spectrum limited to 8x8, or can you scale it to 64x64 like C-band, you mean, and 70s? Okay, so first off, AWS is band 4 if it's upload and download. It's band 66 if it's download only. PCS is band number 2, 1900 megahertz. 66 is 2.1 down and 1.7 gigahertz up. Those two bands can't do 8x8. Can't do it for the most part, because the tower companies don't want to put more antennas up. So what they want to do is they want to put multiple bands in the same antenna. When you do that, you can't use more MIMO. You can't use 8x8 because it takes a lot more antenna modules. You got 8 transmit, 8 receive. So basically that takes up the room. Whereas if you put 4 transmit, 4 receive on 66, and you put 4 transmit, 4 receive on band 2, then you can use the same space. But now if you go 8x8 on band 2, then you can't put 66 there because the band 2 is taking up those 4 extra antenna modules. So you can use 8x8 on that old stuff, but the trouble is you would have to put more antennas up, and they would be bigger, and it would cost them more, and you're not really going to get much more performance out of 8x8 versus 4x4. So, and also, band 66 can't use 64x64 because you need at least 40 megahertz of spectrum. You Can't use on band 2 because you need 40 megahertz of spectrum. Nobody has 40 megahertz of spectrum on any low band or any old mid band. So you need to have at least 40 megahertz, kind of like what ATT is doing on the N77, 3.4 gigahertz, the lower part of the band. They're using 64 by 64, and Verizon's using 64 by 64 on their N77 part, which is 60 megahertz. So, which eventually will go up to at least 140, 160. Some areas get 200 megahertz on one antenna. So 64 by 64, you can use 200 megahertz of spectrum. You can do 2 100 megahertz channels, 2 carrier aggregation, and you can use that, the massive MIMO. The trouble is you got to have enough bandwidth. So you got to have 40 megahertz or more to use the 64 by 64 stuff. And that's why I say a lot of times that the low band and the old mid band narrow channels, 20 megahertz channels, is fake 5G, because you can't use the new 5G equipment, the multiple user, massive MIMO, like 64 by 64. You can only use that with the high bandwidth stuff, the new stuff. So you can't use it with the old stuff. So sure, you can make the icon say 5G, but you're not going to get the performance. You may get a 3% boost by making low band or the old mid band 5G. You get like a 3% boost. Now, if you do N77 with 64 by 64 with at least a 60 megahertz channel, yeah, you get like a good 30% boost on coverage and with the beamforming and all that. So that's why you get more efficiency. That's why we're seeing a lot of the N77 go 4, 5, 6 miles, depends on how high it is. You put N77 up at 300 feet, you could beam that 7 miles. That's pretty incredible. Now, it won't penetrate a building at 7 miles, but outdoors you'll get 7 miles, and indoors you'll easily get 3 to 4 miles. It just depends on how dense the building is, how dense the woods is, and all that kind of stuff. Because remember, 3 gigahertz bounces off of stuff more than what low band or 1.9 gigahertz would. So the lower the frequency, the less bouncy it is, and it penetrates buildings more. 3 gigahertz and line of sight will be very, very good, but it just don't get into buildings as good. But the massive MIMO is going to help that. Now, when you see 3 gigahertz band, switch over to 128 by 128 with the full duplexing. You got a separate side, 128 antennas for the receive. On the other side, you have 128 antennas for transmit, and you do 200 megahertz with that, a bandwidth. That's going to be incredible. And with the uplink booster that Ericsson has, you add that in there to it with the software. A 128 by 128 full duplex system like that with the uplink booster by itself will do indoor coverage just as good as band 2, 13, all those other bands, all the old stuff. So in a couple years, we're going to see that happen. And then you're going to see one panel up there that can, and you're going to have gigabit speeds. You're going to have 100 up and gigabit speeds down. Easy with this new tech when it comes out. But we're not there yet. They got to develop it yet. And you got the 3GPP still have standards they got to do on the next release, 17, and release 18, release 19. As things go in future, the hardware is going to get better. It's going to get even better. Verizon is gradually moving their 5G UW westward towards my city from Chicago. Okay, so we're done with Texas. Let's go look at Chicago. Chicago. Let's go to Chicago. Where's Chicago? Ooh, there's St. Paul. Oh, here's Chicago. Let's see what's going on. Oh, look, we got some 5G plus. Look, we got 5G plus in Chicago. Let's see. I can't zoom out. See, I can't zoom out. I can't show the whole area. I gotta pan the map up. Okay, so it goes from up here. Oh, look, Milwaukee. So you got Milwaukee. Well, that's where it goes. So you go from Milwaukee down to Chicago, all the way over here. So that's where your coverage is for there. And for Verizon, okay, let's go over here. Okay, let's go over here. Verizon, Chicago, right here, Chicago. Looky there. Okay, so we got almost the same coverage. It's a lot more on Verizon, a lot more. And look at that millimeter wave popping through there. Ooh, look at that. There, you got Kenosha, you got Milwaukee, you got this town. There's a one up here. Let's go further up north and see. That's about it. See how far I can zoom out? Look, I can zoom way out. Look at that. Right there's the breakover point. Look at that. See, AT&T needs to do that because then we can kind of get the very wide area and just see, you know, the areas. But you can't do that with stupid. I guess we can't be like complaining because at least they showed their coverage now where it took so long for them to do this. Now, I don't know why it took them so long to do this, but anyways. All right, so there you go. So he says Verizon's gradually moving their 5G westward. Okay. Texas, the state. Come on now. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
San Sab is next to Austin. Go up a little, then to the left. Oh, okay. So, okay, Austin. Okay, so let's go back to Austin right here. Okay, we don't want to leave you out here. Where's it at? Up and to the left. What's he say? Go up a little to the left. All right, hold on. I got a phone call. One of my employees is calling me. Okay, so there we go. San Sab is Austin. Go up a little to the left. Okay, up a little
Ooh,
to the left.
There's a comment in your live chat from Michael that I would love to eat up right now.
All right, well, we'll get there. Up to the left. Okay, I'm looking here.
Well, there's actually two of them.
Yeah, we'll catch up to them. I still don't see San Saba. I don't see it. San Saba. Up and to the left. Okay, I don't know how far up. Oh, here it is. Okay, here's San Saba. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, there's just fake 5G there. There's no... Yeah. Now, let's go to Verizon and see what you got in San Saba. Okay, let's see. Let's go to San Saba here. Austin, Texas. This Austin? Right here? Where's Austin? Oh, over here is Austin. Okay, here we go. Austin's right here. So San Saba should be right around here somewhere. Here. Right here? Maybe right here? Nope. Down. Burnett. Bertram. Nope. Gotta keep looking. I don't think I went far enough. See, when you zoom out here, you lose the cities too, so you can't see the cities. Where's San Saba at? San Saba. Wow, darn it. Can't find it. San Saba. I'm looking for it. Okay, I see this lake. Oh, let me go look at the lake. Okay, let me see what references to the lake is. Okay, here's the lake right here. So it's just northwest of the lake. Okay, there we go. So we're going to go northwest of the lake and we'll be right there. All right, there we are. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, am I. Wow. Look at there. You got no N77, but you got LTE and you got partial fake 5G out there. So you can tell it's flatland out there. Look how far all this stuff's scattered everywhere. So it looks like you got a lot of flatland out there.
Oh yeah, it's very flat out there.
So you got a little time before you get some N77 out there. And same with AT&T. You got some time too, because see, your closest stuff is down here. All right, so there's your San Saba. All right, man, T-Mobile was way ahead of that. Oh, no. Come on now. T-Mobile is not way ahead of them on 5G coverage. They are not at all. All right, let me show you some.
Michael's comment's gonna make your wheels roll.
Let me show you. Okay, all right. So here's the coverage map. Okay, this is T-Mobile. Okay. So, T-Mobile has fake 5G, which is the green layer. Okay, so look at the green layer. All right. Okay, look at that green layer. You see that? Everything green is the fake 5G. And this is overstated too, because they exaggerate. This is exaggerated. Now the pink you see is N41. This is as of September of 2022. Okay. So everything pink is where the UC is. Okay. That's where the UC is. So look at the state of Nebraska. What do you see? Mm-hmm. You see any 5G in Nebraska? I don't see no.
But we should make one panel for all carriers. So make it all fair.
But here you go. So there's the map. There's the proof. There's the proof. Okay, so there's UC, and UC is the only thing that's actually considered real 5G if it's done right. And UC has not really been deployed right. Now you look at this map here. Okay, so there's that. Okay, now you look at Verizon's map. Okay, now let's look at Verizon. Let's zoom out so you can see. Even if you go by Verizon's fake 5G, you got to zoom in so far to get, see, that's another thing. You got to zoom in a certain part. Okay, so those dark areas you see is Verizon's fake 5G. Okay. Now I do agree that there's more T-Mobile fake 5G than there is Verizon fake job. That is a fact. Okay. That looking at the map, that is true. But then when you zoom in and look, the N77 areas, look how much N77 is compared to N41. Look at this. Verizon's almost caught up with it, and they haven't even been upgrading shit for a year. How long have they been trying to do this UC stuff? The 41. How long has T-Mobile been trying to deploy this? And they haven't. They've only got it 50% deployed right. That's the thing. So I mean, the maps are telling us the truth right here. You can see right there. So there you go. And then if you go
panel where you have a software-based system, will make T-Mobile great now.
Okay, so now here we go. Let's go to AT&T and let's show you the fake 5G for AT&T. Okay. Now look at this.
Oh boy.
Now this is how much. Now there's more fake 5G. Well, this is overstated anyways. This is exaggerated. So I don't think this is more than what Skunky has. I don't think so. But look what their map says. Their map is showing there's fake 5G everywhere. Okay. Now that's fake 5G. Now, when you go out to the plus signs, all the plus signs is where there's N77. And it's basically all the same spots that there's UC. So, I mean, looking at that versus looking at Verizon, and the dots is millimeter wave, so that's not, the dots is millimeter, that's not showing, that's not where N77 is. Their dots are showing where millimeter wave is, where the real 5G is. Anyways. So there you go. So I have to disagree with you. Sorry about that. T-Mobile is definitely not way ahead. I mean, T-Mobile only covers 62% of the population. Verizon covers 71. AT&T covers 70. So even if T-Mobile has 5G, whether it's fake or the half fake N41 on every single site that T-Mobile owns, they still would not match. They would have 62% coverage in the whole United States. That's it. 5G plus icon only comes on when you run a speed test. And yeah, that's probably on the Ericsson equipment. We're seeing that down here. On the Ericsson equipment down here in Florida, that is true. It's 4G, and then when you get a heavy download of data, then the 5G kicks in. We're seeing that also down here too. Yes.
Yep.
Even with 5G setting on. Yep, correct. We're seeing that down here. Now, Samsung equipment, I don't know if it does that. So if anybody's in a Samsung market with N77, with Verizon or AT&T, or should I say shit TT?
No, AT&T. No, AT&T.
Can I say shit TT?
No.
I want to say shit TT. So.
No.
So yeah, let us.
Shit mobile. I mean T-Mobile.
Shit mobile. No. That's skunk mobile.
No.
We got to get our terms right here.
No. It's skunk mobile when it works. It's shit mobile when it doesn't work.
Okay. Oh, well, I guess
There you
that
go.
sounds okay.
Or on their fake extended range 5G.
Extended range is simply fake 5G N71, so that's all that.
Yeah.
Extended range.
And when it gets congested, it runs like shit. So it's the shit mobile network.
Redbeard says on Nokia gear, it's different than Ericsson how phone displays the 5G plus icon. And also, too, sometimes the iPhones don't display the 5G plus icon either, I noticed. Sometimes it won't say UC or that, too. And if you're on Xfinity Mobile, I don't think the 5G plus comes on. I think it just says 5G, I think.
Xfinity Mobile's on Verizon, so it would be 5G ultra wideband, but Verizon...
But the UW won't show up on Xfinity, at least on an iPhone. So...
I've seen some Androids where it doesn't either.
Oh, okay.
It's not just
between
an iPhone thing.
Killeen and San. Oh, okay. You was just telling me where that city was. Okay, gotcha. A microwave could interfere with 2.4. That's true because guess what frequency microwaves use? 2.4 gigahertz.
And if you have your microwave,
and
if you have your microwave near your modem, it can create some noise, which will mess with the network hub.
Yep, on 2.4. That's another reason why I don't like 2.4 Wi-Fi. I don't like it. I don't like to use it at all because there's Bluetooth next to it. There's microwaves next to it. There's all kinds of stuff that can interfere with 2.4. The best frequency band is 5.8 gigahertz, especially if you got a newer router that can do HE160, which is a 160 megahertz channel. Because then if you got a gig service or even 700 or 800 megabit service, you can get almost that full download with a 160 megahertz band.
The Archer C9 router, it gets full speed, even with 80 megahertz.
Oh, okay. Well, it depends on what your Wi-Fi your plan is too. 80 megahertz is a lot of bandwidth. Yeah, it's a lot of megahertz of bandwidth, but 80 megahertz is not going to do full gig up and down either, though. It's not enough bandwidth. You need a 160. Now with Wi-Fi 6E, you get the new frequency band, but you get less range because the power is not allowed. It's a little bit lower power than 5.8. So if you're going to use Wi-Fi 6E with a 6 gigahertz frequency on Wi-Fi, you really need to get a Zeus router with the AI mesh. And then you get your main modem, and then you get a router, and then you get your nodes. You get 2 nodes, and you can cover your whole house. So if you get one main as the main host, and then your 2 nodes, you can actually cover your whole house with the 6 gigahertz and the 5.8 gigahertz. Now, what's coming out soon, which I'm going to do a live stream coming up here pretty soon in the next few weeks, we're going to talk about Wi-Fi 7. We're going to do a deep dive on Wi-Fi 7 on a future episode coming up. And basically, the main thing with Wi-Fi 7 is carrier aggregation for Wi-Fi. So you could take 20 megahertz of 2.4. You could take 160 megahertz of 5.8. Take another 160 megahertz of 6 gigahertz. Bond all 3 of them together, and you can get some massive speed. So if you got a 2 gigabit router or a modem with a router capability in it, so if you got fiber, so if you got 2 gigs of fiber, you can get that to your phone or your computer or whatever. Everything has to be matched, of course. Everything has to be the same type of equipment in order to get them speeds. But Wi-Fi 7, when it comes out, is going to be really, really good for Wi-Fi. It's going to be amazing. T-Mobile is going to be even more crappier after they join forces with Elon. Yeah, for sure. We could have more room on the tower if all the carriers shared the same hardware, and we use computer software between the phone tower to determine which carrier customers with. Well, you really can't share the same hardware. You got to keep it separated because
that's what I was wondering where you were going to go with that.
Each sector has 3 directions on it, and it has the radio, the antenna, and it's got the fiber going to it. You can't share that because you got an FCC license that lets you use that. Plus, another reason why they're not going to share your hardware and your everything together with everybody else because you're doing your own thing. It's a competition out here. Verizon is competing. T-Mobile is competing, trying to compete. They can compete because of the cheap prices. Then you got Dish competing. Everybody's competing for the market share. So it wouldn't make sense for everybody to share the same thing. Now, there's some other countries that puts one massive tower up with one transmitter on each band, and then everybody's phone can connect to it. And they all share that connection, each company. They just sell the rate plans and the SIM cards, and they all share the cost of the tower. They share everything, which is actually a great idea, but that only works in other countries. That's not going to work in USA because our wireless network has been set up as a competition. So that's why they wanted the fourth carrier Dish to compete the other three, so there wouldn't be no monopoly. But yet our country lets Comcast and Spectrum and these cable companies operate as a monopoly all the time. So I think that's just crazy that they let the cable companies be a monopoly, but they won't let the wireless companies be a monopoly. So I don't know. That just makes you, what the hell? Verizon is terrible out there in San Sab and Brady. Well, yeah, it looks like there's probably very limited bandwidth out there. I bet you there's only like band 1366 sites out there. Let's look out there. Let's see what this is on AT&T. I got to switch it over. Okay, so I got to find Austin. Is this Austin? Austin, where are you? No, it's Dallas. Okay, I got to go.
Nah, I'm right here. I couldn't resist responding to that.
I know. You know why I said that. I'm just being crazy. I'm just being crazy right now. Here are 3 hours and 20 minutes in this live stream. Oh, we're just about done here pretty soon. I got to make some food. I'm getting kind of hungry. I woke up at 4 o'clock today and I haven't even ate yet. I had some cinnamon raisin toast. That's all I had. And some coffee. I'm out of coffee too. So I already drank up my coffee. Yeah, it's almost time to make some food. All right, where's Austin at? Let's see. I hate Cell Mapper. I can't ever find everything because all the stuff covers everything up here. Let's see. What is this here?
Oh, wow. It's 54 here.
Where the hell is this at?
Fahrenheit, by the way.
I don't even know where this is. Oh. Okay, let me zoom way out so I can find it. Man, this thing is slow. There's San Antonio. Austin should be right here, right? Yeah, this should be Austin right here.
I'm really happy with Florida's weather right now.
Oh, I am too. Yeah, our weather's perfect outside.
It's 54.1, the dew point's 48, and the humidity is 82%. It's nice and dry for once.
What? Your dew point's 48? Holy shit, that's really dry. Our dew point's still 72 here. It's still a little humid.
Our dew point's 48. Tomorrow for when it's a high of 60 here, our dew point's going to be 33.
Okay. All right, I think I found it. Is this it right here? Yep, there's San Saba. Okay, here's AT&T. Okay, here's AT&T for San Saba. Okay, here. These red ones are not verified. This one's red. So the light green is the good coverage. The red is like hardly any coverage at all. So everything's pretty sparse out here. Yeah, okay, so let's switch over to Verizon. Let's see. So you say Verizon sucks out there compared to AT&T. Okay, let's just look and see here. Of course, Cell Mapper is not 100% reliable or guaranteed because it only maps out Android phones. It does not map out. Oh, here it is. It does not map out Apple phones, which is crazy. Oh my God, look at that. So yeah, it's not even been mapped out there. Is that because there's no towers out there? In San Saba,
or someone hasn't been wanting to do the data.
Well, there's nothing mapped out here. It's over. There's a tower confirmed here. Band 13. Look at all these band 13 onlys. Holy crap.
Uh-huh.
So some areas they got good coverage, but they don't have very much speed because. But that's all going to change when they go out to the rural areas and they upgrade these towers. It's going to get better. But yeah. So nobody mapped San Saba. So if anybody lives out here and you got an Android phone, put Cell Mapper in there. Drive through these areas. Let's see if they get any cover. But it looks like AT&T's got covered. Let's see if Skunky's got anything there.
Our humidity's now at 81%. It went back down.
All right, here's T-Mobile. Oh, look, there's actually towers mapped for T-Mobile in this area. Actually, it looks like T-Mobile works better in San Saba than AT&T. Isn't this crazy?
That's a first. Well, no.
That's-
If there's a big Latino population, no.
Oh, well, I don't know if that matters or not. I don't know. But
Yeah,
let's
well,
look
no,
at
a lot
let's
of- a
look
lot
at
of
this
them
part
like-
of Texas.
A lot of them
Let's
like
look
their
at-
T-Mobile.
Let's look at the FCC maps here. Let's go to San Saba on here. Let's compare this. Yeah, that's good that we got this rural area that we're okay. Here we go. All right, here's AT&T. This is coverage for AT&T out here in San Saba. Okay, so that shows that. So now let's go to Verizon. Okay. Oh dear. Yeah, it looks like there's no towers out there. It looks like there's a tower in Lamenta. That's it. So there is an area actually in the U.S. that's not even built out very well with, holy cow. And then if we add Skunky in here, wow, this is shocker. Look at this. Brady, Texas. Yeah, exactly what you said there. Brady, Texas has a T-Mobile tower. Oh, let's add all three carriers in here. Let's do something crazy. There's LTE for AT&T, LTE for T-Mobile, LTE for Verizon. Okay, there's all three of them. So we got Blue. Look, there's actually some areas that looks like Brady, Texas is a AT&T and T-Mobile market. San Saba, there's no coverage there for Verizon, hardly at all. That's crazy. Well, thank you very much for Collective Rob and the other person. Who was the other person that was talking about San Saba? Oh, Isaac, I think it was. Yeah. Yeah, so thanks for pointing that out. So that just goes to show you that even though Verizon...
Michael has a weather question, and I'm pretty good at picking this one. That was Hurricane Nicole, and it was barely anything. It was a Category 1 with 75-mile-an-hour winds. We can handle it better than your earthquakes.
Okay. Voiceover off. So basically, this shows you that Verizon pretty much has the best coverage in the United States. But there is some spots in the USA that there's no Verizon tower, but there is a T-Mobile tower or an AT&T tower. So it's not a perfect world for all the carriers.
No, it's not.
So even though we brag all the time, Verizon's got the best, but you can go find areas that Verizon doesn't work and there's no coverage. And you can also go find places that there's Verizon and AT&T coverage and there's no Skunky coverage nowhere near. That happens more often than the other way around. So as we zoom out to this map here, let's just zoom out a little bit more and just show you all three colors. Now this is the FCC map here. So look, there's many areas there's blue only. And look, there's some areas is pink only. Look, there's pink only right there. Pink, 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 pink. Look out here. Look in New Mexico. Look, there's areas that's got pink, no Verizon. Oh yeah, there's Verizon there. It's the bright pink you got to go by. Yeah, so there. So there, the map shows you what it is right there. So looky there. Look at Northern Nevada. There's some areas that's pink only. And you got some Verizon. Look, you got blue areas. See? You can find blue only, you can find red only, and you can find pink only if you look around the country. And look when we zoom out. So this map site is amazing. So if you really want to know how the carriers are for coverage, truthful coverage, this is where you go. I posted the link in here already. So this is your go-to. Now, this is a year old, so they haven't updated. So I wish the FCC would get off their damn ass and update this map to more current. That's what they need to do. They need, good luck with that. We can't even get them to call N77 S-band what it really is. They want to call it some damn C-band shit. So they can't even name a band, a complete radio band right. So, and anyways, one frequency band in a major big band is, I mean, we're not going to say 3.7 is even S-band. We're not, because it's only a small sliver of bandwidth between 2 gigahertz and 4 gigahertz. 2 gigahertz to 4 gigahertz is the whole band. That's the whole band. There's many little sub slices of the band through the thing. So when we're talking network and stuff, we need to say the band number. The band number identifies exactly which band we're talking about. You don't want to say the whole 4 to 8 gigahertz band with one letter. That's just completely stupid. So And of course, we can only blame the FCC for getting everybody to say it that way. So now everybody's saying it. So, you know, when there's like a fad or something like that, or like the word bro, when people say, hey, bro, you realize one person started that and said, hey, bro. Then the next person, hey, that's cool. So they say bro. And the next person says, hey, bro, hey, bro, hey, bro. Next thing you know, everybody's saying bro. It's the same thing. So you get one person says C-band, the FCC, dumbasses. And of course, they label everything with that. And then they run away. Everybody runs away with it. So, and it's people like this on the channel that actually gives you the real truth behind everything. So there you go. We've been doing this for like 3.5 hours. Let's catch up in the chat here. I wonder east of New York in the Atlantic Ocean is Block Island. That island used to be used to help homeless people before New York shut the shelter down because the bridge was too expensive. Oh, okay.
Expensive. Right. All
right. That's a possibility. T-Mobile is full of crap. Do not forget they lied to you in 2020 to sell overpriced 5G phones. Well, yeah. They were pushing that 5G out a long time ago. Yep, you're right. I'm connected on an 80 megahertz band on my router, and I get 800 down on Wi-Fi 6. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, 80 megahertz is pretty good. But what's even better than that's 160. 160 is like really, really good. So, but what speed are you paying for though? If you're getting 800 down, what are you paying for? Just wondering. Is that what you pay for pretty close to? Jason says, I believe Wi-Fi 7 functionality was announced with the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3. Yes. We may see Wi-Fi 7 in the new modem for the S23. Maybe. I don't know. If the X70 modem has that capability, I don't know. I don't think we'll have it. I don't think Wi-Fi 7 is going to come out on anything until the second half of 2023 is when we'll start seeing it hit. That's why I really ain't in a rush to talk about Wi-Fi 7 yet. I know it's coming. Just like Wi-Fi 6, it's coming. It's a long time away. People are testing it now. The engineers are. But why should we talk about it now when it's still like 5-10 years away? It's crazy. The FCC could make 2.4 billion bigger if they allowed use of 1314 instead, but they can't. There's other people using channel 13, and channel 14 is being used by somebody else. You got to remember, that's a very crowded spectrum above and below 2.4 gigahertz. If you go above 2.4 gigahertz, what is there? N41. So that's part of the reason, because you got N41 just above it. And then plus you got some other carriers. I think Canada. I think Canada uses part of 2.4 gigahertz band up there. I forget what band number it is. I would have to look and see what band number is 224. Band 53. Yeah, so I don't know where that's used here. Where is it?
Band 53, I believe, is Dish, and that's 12 gigahertz.
No. Band 53, that's Global Star's license to that. Band 53.
Oh yeah, Global Star.
Yeah, that's for Global Star. That's so that your satellite phone connect to a terrestrial system. So like when you go indoors, you can still use your satellite phone indoors because it connects to a actual cell site. So yeah, and it's and then looky here. See here it says 2.4 gigahertz. See, what does it say? The S-band is a designation by the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineer for a part of the microwave band of the electronic spectrum covering frequencies from 2 to 4 gigahertz. Thus, it crosses the conventional boundary between UHF and I forget what SHF stands for. There you go. So there, see? 2.4 is S-band. Goes all the way up to 4 gigahertz. And then look here. We have this down here. Look at this. We got band 43. Even other countries are calling 3.7 gigahertz C-band. So even in other countries, they call it that. See there. C-band is actually 4. Look, I just highlight. Look, C-band is 4 gigahertz to 8 gigahertz. And look what it says right next to here. It says 3.7. So this shows you there's misinformation right there. See, that says 3.7. It says C-band, but when you look up C-band, it says 4 to 8 gigahertz. So there you go. And if you go over here, look up S-band. See? 2 to 4 gigahertz. There you go. But yeah, right above the 2.4 Wi-Fi band is 53, which is licensed by Globalstar. And then you got band 41 is up there too, 2.5. And it goes as low as 2496 to 2690. And then you got band 7. I forget what country's band 7 in, but it's 2.6 as well. And then you got band 38, which is 2.6. That's right above what T-Mobile has, which is band 41. See, band 41 is 2.5. 7 is 2.6. 38 is 2.6. 69 is 2.6. So you got a lot of spectrum right above that. So you got to be very careful. That's why USA can't use 13 and 14. That's why. So that's why they come up with the 5.8 gigahertz band. Gen 2. Gen 2, you mean? Yeah, Gen 2, you mean? Yeah. Bless you. Bless us with your wisdom on the crap show that is the 700 megahertz bands. There's no Verizon service out there for miles. I know. Come on, Verizon. But you know what? I guess there's no market share out there. That's exactly why. If there's no customers out there, then why have the shit up? So
T-Mobile
eventually,
ate the
eventually, Verizon will put their stuff on there. Eventually. T-Mobile even has service. Yeah, that's a shocker there. Yeah, Red, I did a typo. Oh, okay. RFK, what happened with the last hurricane that your governor was afraid of it hitting West Florida last week, right after midterms was over? I am only trying to set the time frame. No politics.
It was East Florida, and our governor wasn't worried about it.
We had 3 storms that happened.
No, he's talking about the one. He was talking about the one during the midterms. Nicole. Remember Nicole?
Oh, Nicole. Yeah, that was on the East Coast. That hit. That was up around Daytona Beach.
Yeah, that was
between Daytona Beach and Fort Pierce, up in that area, is where it was.
It came in right around West Palm Beach, actually. Just right.
Oh, it went north of West Palm Beach. The eye went across north of there.
Yeah, it went north of it, but it came on at a degree angle.
Yeah, it was. It came from the southeast to the northwest. Yeah, at an angle.
Yep, and then the center went.
But the dirty side was all on the north, so the southern side was hardly anything to it. I mean, we barely got a 20-mile-an-hour wind out of it when it passed us, and we didn't get any rain except 70. For one day after it went by. The tail of the storm come up when the wind come out of the southwest. We got 1 inch of rain in one day, one night. So we got a little bit of rain. So, yeah, 1 inch is nothing for us down here, because it just goes right in the ocean. So, but it waters all the plants, makes them all happy, makes everything green.
We had wind speeds of 35 to 45 with gusts to 70.
Oh, you got some gusts. Okay. You're welcome. I don't live there. I just have family there. My Verizon will not work. I got all 3 carriers. Thank goodness. Yeah. Well, that's kind of why I run with AT&T and Verizon both. I got Los Mobile on AT&T and Verizon, and I got the eSIM. So AT&T's on the eSIM. So I can go on there and I can flip either one. So like if I go in the grocery store and AT&T goes down to 1 bar and it doesn't work, I just go in there and I change it to Verizon and then it works, because most of the time one of the carriers is close to where you're at, because they don't all share the same towers, and sometimes sometimes they all are on the same towers, but Verizon has a good density. So if the density is not good enough for Verizon, what they do is they put a monopole up. And that's what they do, because Verizon wants at least a 3-mile coverage, 3-mile spacing on towers. So if the tower's 10 miles apart, that's not good enough for Verizon. So what Verizon does is they put a monopole in the middle of those other 2 towers. That way they get there at a minimum of 3 mile. Now, there's sometimes that Verizon's up a little higher. They're up instead of being 125 feet, they'll be up at like 250 or 300 feet. And then, yeah, you could space the tower a little further. You can go 5 miles apart, because if there's no tower there, you can't build a tower there. You have no choice but to go higher and then beam the signal farther. And since we do have like a half-mile wide island, you don't have to worry about capacity issues, and you don't have to worry about interference, because we got one long line of towers down here. It's not like an urban area like Miami where you got towers all directions around you, and the engineers have to it's like a jigsaw puzzle. They got to put all these frequencies in so you can reuse them many times, and they're not pointing together to same, because you get the PIM, passive intermodulation, and all the other stuff. C-band name should be banned. Well, banned from cell phone towers, since there's 0 cell phone towers that's on C-band. Yeah. Now, there really is a C-band, and there's really satellite shit up there and a lot of other shit. 5.8 gigahertz. Okay. What band is 5.8 gigahertz Wi-Fi? What band is that? It's C-band. So you can't ban C-band because 5.8 gigahertz Wi-Fi is there. 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi. What band is that? That's C-band. So there's Wi-Fi stuff up there. There's satellite stuff up there. GPS. Well, the GPS is on actually S-band. It's 1.6. Actually, it's L-band, actually, because 1.6 is actually L-band. So the very low band is L-band. Then you got S-band. Then C-band is above 4 gigahertz. Now, in other countries, there's a band called N79. It is in 4 gigahertz, but not in USA. Not at all. I mean, Gen 2, my fat finger hit 3. Oh, okay, that's good. All right, so we're pretty much done here tonight. We got 14 people left. So one last chance. We've got a few more minutes. We already been going for 3 hours and 40 minutes, so I'm kind of hungry. So we're going to wrap this thing up here. So if you guys got, what about the poll? You guys forgot to remind Austin. Why didn't you tell me about the poll? You forgot about the poll too. All right. Do you think AT&T 5G Plus N77 maps are truthful? So here's the results of the 67% of you say no. So 67% of you believe that the AT&T maps are not truthful. 32% of you say that you think the AT&T maps for N77 is truthful. So that's, I mean, from the live stream, from what we got input from you guys, that seems pretty close. I mean, my areas is way off. So now Sneed says his is a little bit more accurate, and Austin, you said yours is a little bit more accurate, and so yeah, there you go. So now, you cannot ban C-band because C-band frequencies are used to watch TV with Bud, satellite dishes, and warriors using satellite in outer space. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. All right, let's see. Let's try this. Trying to find a good thing here to show you guys here. Let's see. Well, this doesn't show me anything. Nope, that doesn't show me. Let's see. I've showed this before in my last live streams, but I want to show you this again. Let me pull it up if I can find it here. Okay, here's a good thing here. I think this is it. Let's see. Trying to find the one with the band numbers on it. Let's see. I'm looking at some charts here for you. I'm gonna pull it up here in just a second here. Let me find the right one here. I thought I had it saved in here, but I don't have it saved. Oh, let's see. Is this it? Nope, that don't have it. That don't have it. I'm looking. Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding it. I know there's a nice little map or chart here. Oh, wait, is this it? Oh, this could be it. Yeah. Let's see. You can see this. Oh, it's kind of small. Oh, it won't let me make it any bigger. Yeah, you guys probably can't see that on here, can you? Too small. But it says L band. It says, well, this says 1 to 2 is L. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. L band is 1 to 2 gigahertz. S is 2 to 4. C is 4 to 8. X band is 8 to 12. That's, because your X band radar is in there. 10 gigahertz is X band radar for police radar. Then you got KU band radar, which is over in Europe, and that's 12 to 18. K band, which police radar uses that's 24 gigahertz, I think. So 18 to 27 is K band. And then KA band is 27 to 40 gigahertz. And the police radar band is 33 and 34 gigahertz. V band is 40 to 70. W band is 75 gigahertz to 110 gigahertz. And then millimeter wave is 110 to 300. But actually, see, that's another thing. They're calling millimeter wave. They're actually calling that these other bands. But see, that's the traditional and then the new. Okay. The new, so the new one is called D band is 1 to 2. E is 2 to 3. F is 3 to 4. G is 4 to 6. See, nobody's even using that standard there, so that's crazy. So, anyways. All right, well, so much for that. Fingers crossed, ATT maps means coming soon. Yeah. Maybe that'll get better. Before Dish or DirecTV came along, C-band was the only option for satellite TV. That's correct. The misnaming of C-band should be named. Yeah, there we go. Now you're talking. Yeah, now we're talking. Congratulations.
You worked hard for that dedication.
That's right. Let's see what else we got going on here tonight. I don't think so. There's nothing else I want. One other thing is there's some news topics I want to just go over real quick here. Let's look at this. Qualcomm's new chips for earbuds, including dynamic head tracking.
Huh.
So Qualcomm has actually come out with some new audio codec platforms and stuff. But there's a better article for this here. I have this pulled up already. Where's it at? Is it that? No, where's that here? Oh, right here. Yeah, this article explains it a little bit better. So Qualcomm doubles down on augmented reality, spatial audio updates, and more. So look here. So S5 sound platform Gen 2, Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. That's what's coming out in S23. Qualcomm S3 sound platform Gen 2. So basically, your sound codecs is going to be better. So they're actually putting this new stuff in headphones and Bluetooth headsets and all kinds of stuff. So Bluetooth is going to get even better because you got the Gen 2, Gen 3 versions coming out. And then, let's see. And then here you got this. There's a familiar aptX lossless. Remember, I talked about that on a previous live stream. I did a whole live stream on audio codecs and stuff. aptX X lossless. And then you got LE audio, which is lossless or low energy. LE stands for low energy audio, and enhanced adaptive noise cancellation staples. They even got, look at this, they even got glasses now that's going to have computing chips in it with a camera in it and Bluetooth and look, Wi-Fi 7. So you'll be able to put this glasses on and you'll be able to do live streaming with the glasses on and go straight to your phone and then it goes out. So there's all kinds of new tech coming out. Live streamers are going to have a blast with this, with this AR2 Gen 1 new optimized for distributed processing. So you got the AR processor, perception display output. You got the AR coprocessor, sensor aggregation with AI and computer vision. And then you got connectivity, low latency, low power, Wi-Fi 7. See, talking about that. That's going to transmit to your phone. And looky here. So this is going to be pretty amazing. So Bluetooth headsets are going to get better. And Bluetooth audio, like headphones for music, you're going to be able to put these headphones on and connect Bluetooth to your phone. You won't need, everybody's complaining. Carlos complains about, going to Bluetooth versus the wired connection is better. But actually Bluetooth is actually getting so much better that it's going to compete with wires. It's almost going to be better than wires. So all this new stuff is coming out. So it's very, very amazing.
I'll believe the that scenario when it happens.
Oh, it will be happening because they're actually testing it and it's coming out. So here
I'll
you got Bluetooth audio products, including high-end and mid-range earbuds, as well as Bluetooth speakers. Dynamic head tracking for spatial audio, which maintains the perceived position sounds as you move your head.
Well,
the AI
that stuff is nice, but like I said, when it comes down to having a high impedance headphone jack on this computer, I'm still going to use the headphone jack that's wired into the logic board or motherboard.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you can always do that. All right, it says here Verizon's working on
192 kilohertz.
Yeah, that's old technology. Actually, the Bluetooth LE can do 384 now. So there you go. 384.
No,
it's amazing.
No, I'm talking about like actual like stuff that you need a DAC for.
Oh.
Like special equipment.
So Verizon's working on a phone to satellite solution. So in an interview with Phone Scoop, Brian Merkham, Vice President Device Technology, said satellite is very interesting space to us. When asked Verizon planned an answer to T-Mobile's partnership with SpaceX, stupid Elon for satellite connect, T-Mobile's planned system will allow existing standard mobile phones to connect directly to SpaceX stocks or service outside cellular coverage. Merkham declined to go into further detail, but Verizon could potentially partner with one of the several companies that are working to bring similar technology to the market, such as who? AST. That's who we talked about tonight. And the Blue Walker 3 is being tested right now on L-band frequencies in the rural areas. It's being tested right now. So they're working to bring similar technology to market. So it's not only AST, but Space Mobile and Link. So I talked about them on a previous live stream. We talked about all three of those. So that's pretty good. So Verizon is starting to get on board with that. And Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 redefines AI in flagship phones. So here we go. Of course, this is what's coming out in S23 Ultra, I believe. And look here, X70 modem. Look here, X70 modem. Fast Connect 7800, which supports Wi-Fi 7. So there you go. So the X70 modem will support Wi-Fi 7 for speeds up to 5.8 gigabits per second and latency below 2 milliseconds. It's a shame that Wi-Fi is actually going to beat 5G. Isn't that a shame? Snapdragon Sound now supports spatial audio with dynamic head tracking. Latency has been reduced to 48 milliseconds for better gaming audio. The Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 will appear in phones shipping before the end of 2022. So that means the S23 Ultra should be in line to be in for this stuff.
No,
so there you go. That's pretty good.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised about the whole Wi-Fi networks beating 5G. Not surprised.
Mm-hmm. And then Apple launches satellite SOS service. Of course, check out Carlos's channel. He actually did some testing. He went out in the middle of nowheres and did the test on it. And some other YouTubers. And I saw your little piece there you did, Austin, that you shared that. So
all that stuff, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that service is available. But really what sucks about that is that iPhone is doing it by themselves. And so anybody with Android cannot do it. So that's just a shame that Globalstar and Apple did their own thing and cut out all the Android people. I think that's pretty damn shitty because I think that technology should be available to everybody, not just one exclusive phone maker. So shame on you, Apple.
Money talks.
That's right. That's exactly what it is.
Well,
it's called competition.
And Globalstar wouldn't have done that if Globalstar, you got to understand, they have Garmin, and Garmin went dead. Garmin's now dead.
Mm-hmm.
So Globalstar shot themselves in the foot. So it's not just a shame on Apple directly. You got to look at both sides of the coin.
That's true. That's very true.
Because why did Globalstar shoot Garmin in the foot?
Mm-hmm. November security patch fixes security hole in Pixel phone. So if you got a Pixel phone, make sure you update that sucker. There is a so you could get SIM card hacked. Yep. So to PUK is recovery pin code. Yep.
Oops.
They don't think it's affecting the Android phones. And then here's another crazy article. I don't even want to read this. T-Mobile lights up fake standalone 5G mid-band. Screw you, T-Mobile. MediaTek continues chasing flagship phones with a new chip. So they got a Dimensity 9200 chip coming out. They're trying to catch up. Charter launches Spectrum One mobile bundle. So Spectrum Mobile is now trying to push out and compete against Xfinity. There you go. Samsung updates advanced camera apps into new privacy features. So there we go. So we got some new stuff coming out there. Motorola offers deep phone discounts for Halloween. Wow, Halloween's over. OnePlus Nord 300 coming to T-Mobile. That's a perfect phone to go with T-Mobile. Crappy service with a crappy phone. There you go. Google Messages gains two-way reactions with iPhones. Huh. They're trying to compete with iMessage, right? Yeah, we'll have to do a topic on this. We'll have to do another topic here in the future on RCS messages and stuff.
Oh, wow.
We did one a long time ago, but we got to do an update on that. So
I'm getting 70 down and 21 up on AT&T.
See, what's this here? Friends don't let friends TCL. And let's see what we got in the new phones. Okay, here's the FCC approvals for phones. Yeah, 5 minutes. We're going to cut this out. Yeah, we've been on here for 4 hours. That's long enough for a live stream. So, okay, here's the new models. Blue, Chinese garbage. Motorola, Chinese garbage. Hot pepper. I don't even know who makes that, but it sounds like junk too. Boost. So, Celero 5G. That's a Chinese junk phone. ZTE, Chinese junk. FI8, never heard of them. Blue, Chinese junk. TCL, Chinese junk. Kosia, never heard of them. ZTE, junk. Carcia, junk. NUU, never heard of them. Apple iPhone, great phone. TCL, junk. iPhone. Orbic Journey, garbage. Asus ROG Phone 6. It's probably a good phone, but it's going to be overpriced. What bands does it have? See, look, it doesn't even have all the bands. Look. Band 2, 5, 12, 13. There's no such thing as NR13. So for somebody to make a phone that does N13 is completely crazy because there's no such thing. Verizon has no plans of doing band 13. They're going to leave it for nationwide LTE for all the old phones and as a backup. That's crazy. But it has 48 in it. That's 68 or 66. Oh, wait a minute. There's this continues down to the next row. Okay, so it does have 41 and 66. Okay, so it has N66, 71, 77. Okay, so it does have N77. Okay. I thought LTE was on the second row. Okay, LTE. Then it has all these. Okay, so yeah, that's okay for all the frequency bands, but I don't know. We're going to have to check that phone out. Asus ROG 6 Pro. We're going to have to check that out. That's going to be for a future live stream. Asus Zenfone 9. I'll have to look at that too. The Sony, they're okay phones. They're kind of overpriced, limited on features, but Sony, no. That, no. Motorola, no. Blue, no. Google Pixel 7 Pro is a very good phone. Much improvements. ZTE there. So that's what's coming. That's the new FCC approvals. It'll be a while before we see the S70 or S23 approvals. And then here's the new releases. The Nord garbage, Galaxy X Cover 6 Pro. That must be like a budget phone. Cricket budget phone. Cricket, Sharp, Google. Pixel 7 Pro, Nokia G400 5G with Metro. Oh, I bet that's a winner. It can't be that good of a phone if it's on Metro. Apple iPhone 14 Plus. Okay, yeah, so okay, that's what we got there. Okay. So there's your news articles too. I think we covered a lot of good stuff tonight. So, and shout out for all you guys on the replay. Everybody that's watching this on the replay, which will be available here in a little bit. All right, so let's do the comments here. And finish up the comments here. Oh, there's not really any comments. Okay. You said frequencies. Try not to king root the most possible root. Okay, yeah. Then we got cloud gaming could throw off the learning period for Mobile X due to being banned with hogs that makes speed tests seem harmless by comparison. True. The good news, I'm able to SIM carrier unlock my phone with the unlock code, no complications. Oh, that's good. So if you want to switch to somebody else directly later, okay. All right, so there we go. We're done. That's done. Okay, so we got a good, successful live stream for you. 3 hours and 59 minutes. There we go. Perfectly. 4 hours. Yep. There we go. Bing! There you go. There's your 4-hour live stream. Still got 14 people watching. That's pretty damn amazing. So, all right. Well, thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Don't forget to post your favorite hashtags. Uh-huh. There's the number one. Let's see, there's another one. Everybody, come on. Do your hashtaggies. Let's say, oh, okay, here. Say no to fake maps. There we go. AT&T Lives. There we go. There's another one. All right, have fun with your hashtag codes there. So, all right, so from nice, warm, sunny Florida, good night to all, and I hope that you all stay warm up north in this cold winter coming. Yeah, there's a big cold snap coming down in the next week, I hear. So, of course, we get a nice little cold front down here. We're happy for cold fronts down here, but you guys don't like cold fronts up north, so there you go. Oh, there we go. Here's one here. T-Mobile sucks at home.
I mean, I don't mind cold weather.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like cold weather. But anyways. All right. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And also, thank you for, let's see, let me pull this up here. Oh, if you want to make a donation, of course, in the comments, all this stuff's in the link comments. It's on my About page. It's on here in the channel. So you can buy me a coffee. Almost all the money goes to me. You can do PayPal. It goes all the way to me. If you do anything else, YouTube rapes you on your money. So, but thanks for the donations. And we got a lot. I just seen that my next payment coming up from YouTube is $164. So I got 100 at the 21st. So here in a few days, I got $164 coming from YouTube. So thank you guys for your support. If you can't support the channel, watch all my past videos. When you watch them, it gives me watch time, and then YouTube pays me money. So if you don't have money to donate, at least watch my past live streams, and then that helps build the channel. That helps pay for the StreamYard, pay for my new $2,600 computer and the microphone, the new camera I got. So good stuff. And my next big project is the drone, probably after Christmas. Well, you never know. Maybe there will be a Black Friday sale and I'll pick up a drone, but I'm actually wanting the commercial drone. I'm going to get the Mavic 3T, which has got thermal imaging. So I can use it for surveillance at work, for security, and then I can use it for my drone company that I'm going to be opening up soon. So I'm going to be actually doing real estate drone footage and selling it. I'm going to do fishing charters and all kinds of stuff. So it's going to be kind of like a second job to make even more money. So, yep.
Oh, that's
the economy's crashing.
That fishing thing, that's going to floor in the Keys. That's
yeah.
Flourish.
I already got lots of customers lined up to take videos of their boats when we're out fishing and stuff. So I got real estate agents lined up. I got all I got to do is just finish my 107 FAA drone pilot license class. Finish that up. Go take my test. Once I pass that, then I'll be doing that. So that's going to be that give me something to do. Coming up here soon. Also, I'm going to have 3 days off every week. I'm going to be off every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So coming up here very soon, we may have, that's right, double trouble. We're going to have 2 live streams a week. So we may do Mondays and Wednesdays live.
Oh,
that's
snap.
right. And then plus I'm going to have more time to fly the drone, get you guys some more drone videos. So if you haven't saw the drone videos in the past, go check them out. So, all right. Thanks for coming, everybody. Enjoy the drone video. And that's my other project I got to do. I got to take these high resolution videos, shorten them down, and then patch them together in one video so I can post it up in here in StreamYard, because StreamYard won't let you put more than a certain amount of data file on here to play the drone video. So that's why they look crappy, because they got to be in 720 and they can't be very long. So I got some more improvements that's coming. I got to get busy on the editing program so I can really do WvdJRrozaw Pro. I got to learn how to use that. So I got to study on that. So I'm going to take an online class, learn how to use that.
That's what I used to edit. I used DaVinci Resolve.
Oh, you do? Okay. So because as you guys know, I don't edit. These live streams are real live. I don't edit nothing. So I don't have to edit. And my drone videos, I don't even edit. I go up, I fly the drone, I upload it to YouTube, add the music, and there you go. So I'm keeping it pretty simple. But when you do other stuff, like take 10-second clips from like 7 different videos, and you clip them all together in one short video, so you got a scene from like 7 cell phone towers in high resolution, that's what I want to do. And that's what I need to do on my intros and stuff, so they'll be better. So until then, enjoy what we got. And this is all you're going to get. So good night to all, and we'll catch you next. Thank you for Zero Cool, SMT, Weasel, Austin, all you guys for coming on the live stream tonight. And we'll see you guys next week. We're going to pick a topic for next week. I don't know what the topic's going to be, but if you have a topic suggestion, just let me know on Twitter or post comments on the replay of this and let me know. And we'll see if we can do that topic for you there. So good night to all, and to all good night. Yeah, I sound like Santa Claus, don't I? Well,
slightly.
All right. Good night to all. Ho, ho, ho. Yeah, I know. I hate it. Christmas, damn Christmas songs are already playing in the stores. Hell, they were playing Christmas songs before the damn Halloween. They were playing Christmas songs in the stores. It's like, come on now. Come on, man.
Yeah.
We don't need no damn Christmas that soon. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Well, that's when it's worth it. But they're gonna start playing it on the radio stations here after Thanksgiving.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, and we got one more thing to say too.
Let's go, Brandon.
All right, we're out of here. Good night to all, and to all, good night. Thank you for tuning in.
Oh, that was a great ending.
Skunk-a-doodle-doo. P-U.